live. Let's get a YouTube video selected, and we can start with the construction. Let me get a mouse pad set up, and let's find something good, huh?
This is where, with these types of tools, you'll...
Gamers Nexus.
This is the Lockpicking
Hey,
Lawyer,
Lockpicking
and what
Lawyer.
I have for you today is a Master Lock Pro Series padlock model 7046. It was sent to me by Colin in Medford, New Jersey, who tells me it was left on his property, new in box, by a construction company that went out of business in the middle of his project. Unfortunately for Colin, the box did not contain a key, which was why he sent it to me. But it turns out that I do have a key for this exact lock. I'll explain why in just a moment, but first, I want to give Master Lock credit for a fairly nice lock.
This is gonna be fun.
It has a chrome steel lock body with a high shackle guard and a boron alloy shackle that's held closed with a ball bearing locking mechanism. As for the core, it's designed to accept a user-supplied small format interchangeable core, which are very popular with medium-sized and larger facilities. In addition to the operating key and any master keys there might be, these cores accept what's known as a control key, which allows the core to be removed right from the front and replaced in seconds. Now, as you no doubt noticed, this core is painted green on the front, and that has significance. It designates this as a construction core, something that's used to secure a building during construction or renovation to allow workers access with a standardized key. After the work is done, these green cores are swapped out for those supplied by the customer. Now, in addition to green, these can be found in several other colors. I know of orange, black, white, purple, yellow, blue, brown, red, and magenta.
That's weird.
Though green seems to be the only one in wide use today. I, of course, have operating and control keys for all of them. So, Colin, I doubt you thought I'd be opening this with the proper key, but with a lock like this, it is definitely a valid attack. And
there we go.
Since I also have the control key, I can swap this core out for something a bit more secure. In any case, that's all I have for you today.
With the tires,
if you do have any questions or comments about this, please put them below. If you like this video and would like to see more like it,
Lockpicking Lawyer, come on. I thought you were going to pick that lock.
Nice
That's not cool. Yeah. We'll make those look prettier later. Alright, let's find... let's see what David has to say.
The indicted and since pardoned Trump associate, Roger Stone, is predicting that Donald Trump is going to be indicted, that an indictment of Donald Trump is coming. And this story didn't get much attention over the Memorial Day weekend, but Roger Stone appeared with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
There we go.
And of course he says it's a witch hunt, of course he says it's nonsense, of course he says these are going to be trumped up political charges and it's trash. But Roger Stone says an indictment of Donald Trump is coming. Take a look at this video.
The globalists love symbolism, don't they?
Well, I would be shocked if they did not come forward with a fabricated indictment for bank fraud or tax fraud against the former president by Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance, an elected Democrat, the son of Cyrus Vance Sr., the worst Secretary of State in American history, the man who botched the Iranian hostage crisis under Jimmy Carter. By the way, Cy Vance is not exactly a non-corrupt politician himself.
Okay, so Roger Stone starts carrying on there, but the big point is Stone saying he'd be shocked if there isn't some indictment of Donald Trump. We previously reported that the grand jury is being convened.
Man, what is with
they
this
are looking
bag
at
here?
Evidence. They will decide on charges. So
this
is real in that sense.
When they were packing
but Trump is lawyered up. Presumably has top lawyers already or almost ready to represent
one viewer.
Him
Welcome,
if
one
indeed
viewer.
This were to happen. And I continue to believe
I should probably
that
get
Donald Trump's real level of
one of my
risk
parts organizers
is quite low
for this,
of ending
but
up in
I'll do that later.
Tiny,
All right.
as I've said before.
Let's
but
get started.
What about the Trump children, not Barron and Tiffany?
Number
but
one.
The ones involved in Trump's businesses. Donald
Okie
Trump
dokie.
Jr., Eric Trump, Ivanka
I like
Trump.
this instruction
they are now
manual.
being advised to lawyer up personally.
Because
even though
does
any
a great
charges,
job
if
with
they ever come, will
doing the
likely be
sizing on the
related to
bottom.
Trump organization activity.
So
The Trump Organization legal team
pretty sure we're gonna
really
need this
represents
one.
the interests of the organization. So here is Frank Figluzzi, former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI, explaining this to MSNBC.
But Nicole, as we're talking about witnesses, we might as well go ahead and talk about kind of those big witnesses, which is, are we going to see this grand jury subpoena, or are we going to see subpoenas to testify before this grand jury for people like Eric, Don Jr., and Ivanka? And if so, are they going to plead the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination?
Well, I mean, you raised that. I mean, I remember when the New York Times big investigation into the Trump taxes came out and all that liability that he had. And you were part of our coverage about the national security implications of that, right? That he was in so much debt. If the New York Times learned that, certainly foreign government could have. Later. But one of the line items were big transfers to Ivanka Trump. Would you guess that they all have lawyered up in terms of criminal defense attorneys?
I wrote a column about that. So they better have individually lawyered up. Yeah, they have had to have lawyered up because they may have already made the mistake of casually speaking to the organization's attorneys and the organization's auditors about, what they knew and what their role was. Big mistake if they've done that, because the organization doesn't represent them. The organization's lawyer's mission is to preserve the organization, not the individual executives and officers. It becomes every man or woman for themselves. And in this case, the men and the women happen to be family.
So this has every possibility of escalating dramatically. And one more thing from Roger Stone here to get back to him. Roger Stone predicts that the timing of these indictments will be around when the so-called audit in Arizona wraps up.
Make sure that it's still streaming okay, because
about other things, of course.
All right, step one, get some of these boys.
Let's be very clear. In other words, as you said it earlier, you show the man, I'll show you the crime. They're allowed to root through this man's business record of 40 years in which he built a real estate empire second to none, combing for a crime. They have no evidence of a crime. They have no probable cause.
Wow.
It is disgraceful, but I do think it is going to happen.
Okay.
And don't be surprised
one of these
if the announcement comes at the exact time that we learn the truth about Maricopa County, Arizona. Don't be surprised, because I see that coming.
I want my
so
coffee.
That ominous timing predicted by Roger Stone, is this just nonsense? Or does Roger Stone actually know something, or is he just guessing? After all, Roger Stone told me during our interview that he would never be indicted by the FBI, and he was indicted by the FBI.
And
so
he was imprisoned.
Roger Stone just isn't the guy to listen to about this stuff, or maybe Roger Stone does know something. But it's going to be a very interesting upcoming 6 months. And probably the right advice for the adult Trump kids to lawyer up. My guess is they probably have already. One of our sponsors is privacy.com. They're giving you $5 when you sign up for their completely free service at privacy.com/Hackman. I've been using privacy.
A while ago, I made a video on the U.S. electrical system.
I love this guy.
It was a basic overview designed principally to get those of you in 240 lands to understand that we are also a 240 land. But since we use split-phase power, most of our circuits operate at half that voltage, and the full 240 volts potential is generally limited to high-power devices on dedicated circuits. Using split-phase power has some real advantages, particularly when it comes to safety. And on that note, at the end, I'm going to add some clarifying words there, because in the time since that video, I discovered an interesting language quirk regarding that discussion. But anyway, this video isn't going to defend our electrical system. In fact, it's about perhaps the worst part of it. And no, it's not just our terrible fully metal plug design or completely unshielded receptacles.
Yes.
Although, for what it's worth, tamper-resistant receptacles are now available and usually required in new construction. But anyway, this problem has actually nothing to do with a building's wiring or the receptacles or the plugs. Instead, it's that these exist. And these.
Oh.
And especially
multi-socket extension cubes.
These.
Oh yes, I love those.
Now, there's nothing wrong with extension cords or power strips themselves. It's just how they're implemented, which is the issue. Here's a silly fact to preview the problem at hand. A strand of Christmas lights is a safer extension cord than most extension cords.
Really?
Yeah.
How does that work?
I'll explain why in a bit, but
All right.
first we need to address
Please
a common
elaborate.
misconception. Circuit breakers. What are they for?
They break circuits.
Well, you might think that they're there to protect you and your stuff. This belief is pretty understandable. One of the most common ways they get tripped is when one of your electrical stuffs has a bad time.
Yes.
And since they cut the power to a given circuit when they do their thing, well, it stands to reason that they also help prevent electric shock. But a breaker like these does no such thing. It couldn't care less about your stuff, and quite frankly, it doesn't care about you either.
No, it doesn't.
Of course, there is some nuance here with the advent of arc fault circuit interrupters, and while we usually only put shock protection devices at the receptacle in locations where hands can be wet, breakers with integrated residual current devices, although we call them ground fault circuit
GFCIs,
are available. I actually made a video about that tech if you want to check it out. It's pretty interesting. But anyway, since AFCI breakers have only somewhat recently been mandated by code, and GFCI breakers are frankly quite rare here, you're going to find lots of electrical panels like this one filled with nothing but bog standard breakers. And these have one job and one job only, to protect the conductors in your walls. That's it. They frankly do not care what happens when the electricity leaves the wall. They just want to know that you're not overloading the wiring coming out of them. They will stand idly by as you get zapped or as your television has a meltdown, and will only intervene once the current going through them exceeds their rating. Circuit breakers like these are overcurrent protection devices for a structure's electrical system, and nothing more. They reduce the risk of electrical fires occurring due to an overheating conductor igniting a wall stud or whatever, but that's about the only thing they can do. Now, that is very important. A given conductor, so a wire, can only carry so much current before its own electrical resistance becomes significant and it begins to heat up. And that's bad.
Yeah, that is bad.
Imagine you had a coffee maker and a microwave, and why not also a toaster, all connected to the same circuit.
I literally do.
This can be easier to accomplish than you might think, as many adjacent outlets.
He's not joking. That's how my kitchen's set up.
The same wires in the walls. Though, in fairness, kitchens are usually designed more smartly to avoid this.
Mine's not.
On a 100 volt circuit, 1,875 watts is the maximum that can be safely drawn. And in fact, that number is really only good for non-continuous loads. Devices which draw a load continuously
like a toaster
are
oven
to 80% of a circuit's capacity. Let's say the toaster uses 750 watts, and we'll imagine the coffee maker is 1,000.
Okay, which is true.
Making some toast while brewing coffee is really close to the limit. And if you decide to microwave some bacon while that's going on, now you could easily be more than a kilowatt over. That is going to cause the wiring coming from the breaker panel up to wherever you are to get pretty hot, particularly where splices and other connections have been made. Because there tends to be flammable material in or near walls, this is very bad. And that's why these are here. They help prevent that. If you pull more power than the wires can safely carry, the breaker will trip and kill the circuit. How do circuit breakers work?
Well, they're on a spring.
We'll save that for later. And then we'll
save that for later.
Arc fault protection and other goodies.
All right, cool.
I'll try to remember to come back here and put a card for that
one viewer.
Video, but
welcome, one viewer. Still here. Thank you.
Anyway,
appreciate it.
Here's the problem. This will do a fantastic job of making sure the wiring in your walls doesn't get overloaded. But once you're outside of the wall, this won't help you.
No, it won't.
And since we like to cut costs wherever possible so we can sell cheap stuff, you will find countless extension cords and power strips which cannot safely handle the capacity of the circuits they're plugged into. Let's talk about wire gauge.
Yes.
The amount of current a given conductor can carry safely depends on what it's made from, as well as its total cross-sectional area, and also length. There's some nuance with stranded versus solid wire and really weird stuff like the skin effect, but we're not going there. Now, I'm going to be talking in the American wire gauge. I know not everyone uses that. Here's a chart for those that want it. But the main point is that a given gauge of wire has a given maximum current it can carry before it becomes a problem. Now, Crash course.
A big problem.
The smaller the number, the thicker the wire.
Yes.
14 gauge wire can carry less current than 12 gauge wire. 12 gauge is thicker than 14 gauge, which is thicker than 16 gauge.
That just makes so much sense, doesn't it? It just makes sense.
It's confusing, but are you really surprised?
It's America.
Except for circuits which handle things like water heaters, dryers, stoves, etc. You're generally going to have a mix of 15 amp and 20 amp circuits in an American home.
Yep.
It has become pretty common these days to run 20 amp circuits for most receptacles and reserve 15 amps for lighting circuits, but not always. Now, it shouldn't surprise you that 20 amp circuits need thicker wires than 15 amp circuits.
Who would have thought?
In runs with typical lengths, 15 amp circuits will use 14 gauge wire, and 20 amp circuits use 12 gauge wire. This is what that wiring looks like in homes all across the country.
That's Romex.
With some particular caveats we don't need to get into. Discuss in the comments. It boosts engagement.
Yes.
Anyway, this is called
Comments.
THHN wiring, short for thermoplastic, high heat resistant, nylon coated cheaters wire. But often it's just called Romex, which is to household wiring as Kleenex is to facial tissue.
Wait.
Conveniently, it's been color coded for many years now. 14 gauge wiring has white sheathing, and 12 gauge wiring has yellow sheathing. It helps you know at a glance which is which, and yellow wires will be for 20 amp circuits, white wires for 15. Oddly, there is also orange
because I grabbed the wrong piece.
Wire, good for up to 30 amps.
This piece right here, this was the wrong one.
But then after that, the color coding goes out the window.
You go over here.
Anyway, the circuit breakers, they are protecting
this piece.
Stuff.
This
They're
is
making
the piece
sure
I
you
needed.
don't put too much current through these wires.
Like that.
But these wires are inside your walls.
Smooth brain moment.
This one goes on the outside. And the problem is that this cannot handle the amount of current that the wires in the walls can, especially on 20 amp circuits. But your circuit breakers don't know that. Now, this doesn't have to be a problem. One of the best features of the UK's electrical system is that the plugs have fuses in them. Now, the reason
that's pretty smart. That's very smart.
Ring circuits. What were you thinking? But anyway, the lasting benefit there is that you could provide overcurrent protection on the other side of the wall, allowing you to safely use smaller wiring that's sized according to the device's needs. If you put in a 7 amp fuse, well then, that fuse will blow before the wire gets overloaded. Simple. Trouble is, we don't do that over here.
No, why would we?
Extension
That'd just be too smart.
16 gauge wire in it, and it's only rated for 1,625 watts, or 13 amps. And yet, it has nothing to stop you from exceeding that. Isn't that lovely?
Yes.
Even a 12 amp load, which is technically okay to put on this, makes the cord disconcertingly warm. But on any otherwise unloaded circuit, you can still pull at least another 3 amps through here without the breaker tripping. As far as it's concerned, well, there's nothing wrong. 15 amps are on the wires and the walls, which is okay. But it's not okay here. Keep a wire overloaded for too long and it will get very hot.
Yes, it will.
And since flammable stuff may be around it, well, that can easily start a fire.
There it is.
In fact, the wire's insulation itself is often flammable. So if you let
plastic.
it get hot enough, it will just spontaneously combust.
Yep.
Fun.
And it uses paper.
And even relatively slight overloads can be a problem. If you have a long cord coiled up like this, the wire
really
at the center of the bundle will get very warm, thanks to the lack of airflow and the fact that it's surrounded by other warm bits of wire.
And the toroid effect.
This is a fire hazard that we've just decided is fine, I guess.
Yep.
And it's not limited to these cheap cords.
That's why multi-chocolate Senki cubes are so dangerous.
Cords that are in fact only 16 gauge.
Right, not bad.
They cannot safely supply the entire amount that the wiring in the walls can, which means it can be overloaded without your circuit breakers intervening.
Yep.
And this is just
he's 100% correct.
Normal here. You're just expected to know that this cord is only rated for 13 amps, and that if you really need 15 amps, you got to pony up for the 14 gauge cord.
No.
It's frankly
why?
bonkers.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but it's actually worse.
But this is America.
20 amp circuits are so prevalent. Don't get me wrong. 20
What?
amp circuits are largely a great thing.
Yeah.
They allow for much
Also,
greater
don't come in here without pants on.
Rooms, especially
I'm
in
live
kitchen
streaming.
where nearly everything is a high power
I'm live
device.
streaming. I don't want to get banned.
But consider something like this power strip. This actually does use 14 gauge wiring.
I'm building this
on a 15 amp
Lego
circuit.
monstrosity.
Its limit and the circuit's limit are the same. So if you're overloading this thing you are also overloading the circuit, so the breaker will intervene. That's ideally how everything should work. But
ideally,
on a 20 amp circuit, you can now severely overload this without the circuit breaker caring. And of course, that problem still applies to a cord like this, which can handle even less. The outlets in this room are on a 20 amp circuit. So I could plug a space heater into this, and also another one on medium. That is now 20 amps going through a cord which is only rated for 13. It's a very dangerous situation.
And you wonder why house fires happen.
If the cord is near anything flammable, like, oh, I don't know, curtains, carpet, a sofa, stuff that goes in houses. And yet, we're not overloading the circuit, so as far as this guy's concerned, let's say okay.
Yep.
Complicating things further is
don't
that
you love how
we
electricity
don't
works?
Even
It's
know
like wizard
what
sauce.
Circuits are 20 amps and which ones aren't. This is a NEMA 515 receptacle. It's the normal one you find everywhere here. And this is a NEMA 520R receptacle.
What's
you
the
will
difference?
only find these on 20 amp circuits. The neutral pin is T-shaped to accommodate a NEMA 520 plug, which looks like this.
Yeah, those are what
you
servers
never
use.
See this plug outside of commercial settings.
Exactly.
It's reserved for devices which actually need more than 15 amps to
Which
operate.
is like servers and batteries.
But you
which is
aren't
what I work
always
on.
required to use NEMA 520R receptacles on 20 amp circuits. In fact, if I'm reading things right, you almost never have to. You can just use NEMA 515, so long as there's more than one individual plug on a circuit, which, because duplex receptacles are the norm here, there pretty much always is. So anyway, you usually can't tell by looking at an outlet if it's a 15 or 20 amp circuit, and we don't put protection on things like extension cords, so really, it's just a mess. It's terrible. It is way too easy to create a dangerous situation with a power strip or extension cord.
Yep.
So how do we manage with this terribleness?
We don't.
Fear. If there's one aspect of electrical safety that has successfully permeated through American culture, it's that plugging things into other things is dangerous. It's practically a trope at this point. And frankly, this is almost too effective. When I revealed the details of this set, I showed the cabinet of power strips that everything's plugged
Oh my
into, and
god.
they all freaked
That
out.
looks like so many
Now,
server closets I've been to.
Power meter, the entire thing uses 256 watts, barely more than 2 amps. The whole thing could easily be run through a cheap extension cord like this. This is not actually dangerous. But lots of people see this and cringe, which frankly is great.
Yes.
If we can't do things right on the infrastructure side, we can at least make people leery of doing stuff like this. And the National Electrical Code has some rules as far as how you need to build out an electrical system. If you've ever been in a reasonably modern American home, you'll probably have noticed that there are outlets everywhere.
We've got outlets
The purpose of this
everywhere.
is to minimize the need for extension cords in the first place.
Zing.
Because the folks at the NEC recognize that these are bad.
Yes, they are bad.
So the theory is, if there's an outlet within 6 feet of any point on a wall, well, you
don't need an extension cord.
Since 6 feet is
prevention.
more or less the standard length of a power cord. But guys, I gotta ask, have you considered maybe making extension cords less bad?
Yes.
This place follows those outlet spacing guidelines, but I still use extension cords. In fact, the main reason I use them is because, well, they have 3 plugs on the end. It's nice to be able to plug in a lamp, phone charger, and another thing, while leaving the other outlet free for a laptop or a vacuum cleaner or whatever. These aren't going away, is the point. They're just too convenient.
They are.
Really, we should have been copying the Brits
and they're
this
cheap.
entire time. I mean, honestly,
it
can't be that difficult to design a plug that contains a fuse.
Can't be that difficult.
In fact, we've already done that.
Oh, shoot. We already did.
These weedy little plugs in our Christmas lights contain fuses.
Ooh.
Christmas lights are cost cut to a
I've never seen this piece
degree
before.
and have something absurd like 22 gauge wiring going through them. So there
my
needs to
nails
be
are
a
dirty.
fuse since you can only safely pull like, I don't know, 3 amps through here.
Wash.
That's why I said Christmas lights are a safer extension cord than most extension cords. They actually have overcurrent protection.
There's a fuse in extension cord in Christmas
they don't
lights?
work so well as extension cords since they're usually not polarized, but hey.
Who cares?
The point remains.
Yeah.
Frankly, if we're going to keep selling extension cords like this that can't even carry the minimum current of our smallest circuits, maybe we ought to put fuses in them.
Yeah.
Ideally, it would go here so it protects the length of the wire, but
this one, right?
I'll settle for putting it in the other end if it makes things easier. Sure, if suddenly we were like, extension cords need fuses now, that would be confusing and annoying to a lot of folks, but it would be a heck of a lot safer. And fuses are very, very cheap. It wouldn't add much cost to the cord set, and if people are using them correctly, they're unlikely to blow in the first place. And for what it's worth, power strips aren't always terrible. Lots of them, but certainly not all, to be clear, actually incorporate circuit breakers of their own. Ever notice that the switch says reset opposite of off? That's because this toggle is actually a small circuit breaker and not just a simple switch.
It's true.
Look, I plugged 2 space heaters into this and it trips. Now, lots of people will say never plug a space heater into a power strip, and honestly, that's not terrible advice. A lot of these are made quite cheaply and they do get kind of melty sometimes, but the effort is at least often made.
Yep.
Now here's where I step back and ask, how bad is this really? How many house fires are started due to an overloaded cord or power strip?
A few.
In fact, I don't think we know. It looks like it might not be that many. According to a 2019 report by the National Fire Protection Association, only about 10% of fires can be blamed on electrical distribution and lighting equipment, of which only 11% can be blamed on cords or plugs, and further of that subset, only 12% could be blamed on overloaded equipment.
Okay.
So we're talking 12% of 11% of 10%.
That's pretty small.
Or about 1/10% of all fires.
Okay.
However, I personally take issue with this particular study
numbers
because electrical failure and malfunction is really, really vague. And that category gets a huge proportion of all the known fires, which makes me think it may not mean a whole lot.
Gotcha.
Now, I don't know anything about fire investigation, so don't take my word for this. Okay. But I do have to say that I feel this category is being used as a catch-all, and I don't know what exactly it can tell us. The report even says 50% of these fires are of unclassified cause, so frankly, I don't know how useful this study is for this particular discussion.
Unclassified cause,
and in fairness, I get it. Investigating the cause of a fire is tricky when everything was on fire at one point. This whole electrical failure, malfunction category also finds its way into this FEMA study, where it accounts for 88% of electrical fires. What? Again, I'm going to stress that I am a person on the internet with a Google.
Okay.
This is speculation and conjecture, nothing more. But this study also says that in almost 31% of electrical fires, electrical wire or cable insulation was the first thing ignited.
Okay.
Annoyingly, though, that could mean cable in the walls or lamp cords, who knows?
It could mean anything.
However, we do see up here that only 8.7% of electrical fires start in a wall cavity or concealed space, which, if my grasp of math is at all intact, means the majority of cable and wire-related fires occur outside the wall. Which frankly makes sense, because that's beyond what a circuit breaker is designed to manage.
Yeah.
The only conclusion I feel comfortable making here is that I don't have enough information to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Great. We're back where we started.
Problem, especially since 20-amp circuits are so common these days. But in all likelihood, it's probably still a small one. People are well trained to be leery of overloading stuff, for the most part. As it is, electrical problems are by no means the leading cause of house fires, accounting for only 13% in the U.S.
Yeah, that's not much.
But I do think it's telling that the NEC is making us put outlets everywhere so that we don't need to, or shouldn't need to, use extension cords.
Yeah.
It seems we know that they're dangerous, but are addressing that danger in what I would call an insufficient way. I understand the impulse to eliminate the need for extension cords, which would, in theory, nip the problem in the bud. But as I said, extension cords are often used not because there's no outlet within reach, but because it's a cheap and convenient splitter.
Yep.
I think the problem at hand is imagined incorrectly. So the solution doesn't fit. I would say we should consider addressing the danger of the thing itself.
Yep.
And not try to reduce the need for the thing. We could mitigate much of the danger quite easily with a 10-cent fuse in the plug.
Yep, it'd just
Our
be a small
electrical
design
safety
change
isn't
from the extension cord
exactly
manufacturers instead of
great.
putting that
I
burden
don't think it's
on the
awful by any means, and it does continue to get better
constructors.
year over year. But we could do with an examination of all these items. If you're smart about how you use extension cords, you don't really need to worry.
Yeah.
But it still makes me uncomfortable how we're okay with stepping the wire gauge down twice once it leaves the wall and not doing anything to prevent overloading it. And frankly, this isn't even limited to extension cords. As far as I'm concerned, everything should be protected by a user-replaceable fuse sized for its cord set and purpose.
Cars do it.
Reasonable precaution. What a concept. Anyway, for now, just be smart with extension cords and power strips.
Be smart?
Be sure to use one that's appropriate for whatever you need to do with it. And, to be clear,
can't tell me how to live my life.
Cheap ones all the time.
Yep, I know you do.
It's not like I have
All of us
anything
do.
against them or consider them terrifyingly dangerous. It's just there's a component of risk to their use that I feel should be more widely known and hopefully one day addressed.
Okay. Yeah, that'd
to close
be nice.
Out, here's that language quirk I mentioned in the beginning. It has to do with the word safer. See, here's what I said in that original video. In any given scenario where one is receiving an electric shock, a lower voltage is safer than a higher one when all other factors are the same. Therefore, 120 volts could, and I would say should, be considered safer than 240 volts. Now, here's where things get wonky. I use the word safer synonymously with less dangerous. Just as how I think extension cords would be safer if they had fuses, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they would be 100%
That's the piece I was looking for the whole time
safe.
right there.
But I found that a lot of people interpret the word safer as
still.
implying some amount of baseline safety. I found out because people told me. And the thing is, that's just not at all how that word functions for me. I use it literally as a stand-in for less dangerous, or perhaps less risky. Like how driving 100 miles an hour with your headlights on is safer than driving the same speed in the dark. That statement doesn't suggest to me that driving 100 miles an hour is a safe activity. It's just safer than doing 100
drive
by
mechanism
moonlight.
going on here now.
To me, safer is always a comparator alone and doesn't bring its own implication of any safety. So, yeah, I actually was genuinely delighted to hear this explanation because I was starting to lose my mind thinking Ohm's law was a trick or something.
Ohm's law is a trick.
I am absolutely in agreement.
Ohm's law is a
the
lie.
Shock mitigation efforts in 240 volt countries are by and large much better than ours. It's stupidly easy to get a shock here.
Yes,
Seriously,
it is.
Just hold a plug wrong and you'll get a tingle. So I'm not saying
It's
that
happened to
our
me.
electrical system is safer than your electrical system because it's undeniably not. But I am saying that because the voltage is lower, electric shocks are less likely to be fatal over here. And that's why our efforts to prevent them are half-assed.
That's very
the voltage
accurate.
itself is safer, as in less dangerous. The electrical system as a whole, though, sure isn't. Anyway, toodles.
Toodles.
It couldn't care less about you and your... Shoot! Circuit breakers like these are over... Well, that was nice. Igniting a wall stud or whatever. But that's a...
Uno.
Would you please stop doing that? This is a NEMA 520R receptacle. I'm holding it upside down.
Trace.
You can tell that I start every shoot with everything I need. Right? I don't think it's awful by any means, and it does continue to get
right. We're really cooking along.
Especially these. And I only got the one. Oh well.
I love this guy. He's great. Alright, what's this? Dang. Alright, let's get dark. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Drunk off-duty cop slams into a car head first. This ought to be good.
Yeah.
One. So you gotta be careful out there, folks. One of these.
You got your driver's license? I'm sorry? You have your license on? Get it from me real quick. What happened? I have no idea, man. I just fucking head on. That's
You just killed 2 people.
I have no fucking clue what's going on, dude. Like, that car was coming towards you?
Why is it so quiet?
If I could tell you, I would, man. It just... Oh my god, dude. What do you remember then? I'm just trying to come home and... Okay. So you're going southbound? Obviously, yes. Okay. Yes. And then... That's it, dude. That's all. You remember lights? You remember anything? No. I'm top with Cuba PD, man. Okay. Sorry.
And you're drunk.
No alcohol or anything this evening?
I'm sorry?
Consumed any alcohol or anything this evening? No. That's okay.
Did you just say no?
I wish you could smell it on me. Oh.
Here, let's move this right here. Since we're working on this guy right now.
Where I'm going home. Santa Fe's that way. Yes. Yes, sir. Give me a second, dude. Hold on 1 second. Give me a second. You said you're going towards Santa Fe? Give me a second. Oh.
Oh man, this is gonna be tricky.
Oh my god. Chest, dude.
Your chest? I wonder how those dead people feel.
No, nobody's spoken to me, man. Here's my ID. You have it, but here's my whole wallet. Okay, no, that's good. What's a good phone number for you? Right here, Amanda. Amanda, you're good. You're good, right here. You're good. You're good.
I see how this goes in. Alright, let's check this out. So this...
Oh,
I wish I could get it to focus better. Slides in. Right here.
Can you do me a favor real quick? Follow my finger real quick, bro.
There we go. Just like that.
So you got now for that. I'm sorry. Whoa, sorry. What's up, bro? I gotta do all that. Hold on. No, I know. Can you just follow my finger real quick, bro? No. Okay. Not my legs, not my hands, not anything. Hold on. I'm not trying to do that. Give me a sec. I'm sorry, I'm shaking like a motherfucker. No, I get it. This is torn. This is completely torn. Okay, I understand. You're a cop, right, bro? Yeah. So you get what I'm up for, right? Okay. I know exactly what you're trying to do.
Yeah, you're a cop.
I'm just trying to rule you out so I can be on to the next person, okay? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Try your best, but... All I need to do is follow my finger for just a second. I'm sorry. I'm too sorry.
Yeah, he knows he's drunk.
I'm so sorry. Do you want to lean against this car right here? Let me... So you're not on your feet? No, let me
There we go.
Let me just catch my legs, dude.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there.
That shit was head on like a motherfucker. That's all I fucking know.
Alright, so let's set him aside right now.
Alright, can you track my finger real quick? Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Alright, just track it real quick, dude. Oh, fuck. Just real quick. Good luck.
Need a long boy. Right there. Do that.
Oh, shaking like a motherfucker, dude. I'm sorry.
That. There.
So you can't recall anything at all that happened? No. I wish I fucking could, dude. I wish I fucking could.
You wish you knew.
You haven't had anything to drink this evening? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What did you have to drink? I had a beer today. Okay.
I had a beer
two
today.
Beers, actually. I'm sorry. Okay. What time was your last drink?
2 hours ago.
If you had to guess.
2 hours. Man, he knows he's screwed. He knows how screwed he is.
If you had to take a guess about what time was your last drink?
He's so screwed. Because he knows if he answers, that'll be used against him later.
7? Yes, sir. Alright, and what did you have? Oh, just like this. Okay, just like this.
Were you involved in the accident?
Yes, sir.
Who was with you?
That's me. Nobody else.
Just in the truck?
Yeah. Alright. So, here's the deal, brother. And you know where I'm coming from, okay? I do smell alcohol on you. Alright. Obviously, there's something else going on over here.
Yeah.
That we're trying to figure out.
There's clearly a lot
Would
going
you be
on.
willing to do some tests for me just so I can make sure that you're not intoxicated? Whatever you need to do, dude. Alright. I'm gonna have you come lean on the front of this car. Because obviously you said your leg's injured, right? Yeah. Alright.
Man, is.
So go ahead and put your
This
feet
guy
together
is
for me,
so
and just lean against the car right there, okay?
Can you make sure that guy's okay?
Yeah, we're gonna do that next. All right.
Nope.
But they're still trying to get him out of the car. All right. Can you see my finger?
Yeah.
You ever been diagnosed with natural nystagmus?
No.
Okay.
This way. Yeah, I know my mouse battery is low. Oh, shoot. One viewer still. Thank you for sticking around, one viewer. I really appreciate it.
Just drive.
I don't have any friends. Bam. And... Whoa, bam. Just like that. Oh, loady. Okay.
Just try and keep your head straight, okay?
Yeah, nice.
You remember these tests?
Yeah, of course.
All right, just keep your head straight. You turn your head, all right?
That seems to line up there.
Right here on top of my finger.
Up there. Dang. Oh boy, look at that. That's pretty slick. She's coming together. Wow. Dude, I'm excited for how this thing's gonna turn out. This is really freaking cool. Oh man, I'm pumped. Honey, tell RT to watch my Twitch stream.
Alright. Just follow my finger, alright?
We're gonna take my head with you.
Well, keep following it.
Keep following it.
That's it, dude. Right there.
Just keep following it.
Honey.
What's going on, brother?
Tell RT to watch my Twitch stream.
Keep doing these or no?
Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. I got hit head on, dude.
You got hit head on. Yeah, right.
Huh?
You were by yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you had the other two on the phone. Yes, you
Me.
were.
I was. Yes, absolutely.
Now, how does this go on here? This goes on like that. Okay. And it just floats. Okay, that piece is just gonna float. Are we sure? Oh, I put that together.
Just keep an eye on him real quick. He's got older alcohol from it.
This part right here.
He had no lights on the vehicle, so she didn't see him, so she swerved out the way and that's him.
Alright, he's looking like he's 47 based on everything I can see. Just keep an eye on him real quick. Let me go check out what's going on.
Can you just give me a brief summary of kind of like what you seen, what happened?
Before we were coming,
you can't hear me.
Like nobody was here. It was just these two, honestly.
Okay.
I don't think anybody saw
Give me a
the
second.
accident happen.
Okay.
But I almost hit the truck in front of me because I didn't see it when I was driving. So that's whenever I stopped over here.
Did he have lights on?
Huh?
Did he have lights on?
No.
Okay. And he hit the truck that's
this
there.
truck hit this one.
Okay.
Can't hear me. Artsy, you should be able to hear me.
I appreciate you guys.
Why isn't it? It says microphone.
Yes, it's another person there that might be 10-7, but the other guy.
Two in there. One's 10-7, I think. But I can't tell for sure because I heard open.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, he called me. I just lived down the street.
Okay, well you can't be.
I'm his brother.
Okay, I understand that, but you can't be on
I'll
the
be right
scene
here.
right now, okay?
I'll be right here.
You have to go back to your vehicle. Where's your vehicle at?
Way over there. They told me I could come over here and check.
There we go.
Okay,
One of the officers.
so you see where the metal stand
Now
is?
that's
You see
right.
where the white truck is?
Yeah.
You can stand over
Who's
there
your
for me,
sergeant
okay?
tonight, by the way?
My sergeant is Bartov, Sergeant
Okay, I
Bartov,
know
but you
Bartov.
can't be on the scene right
I know
now.
Bartov.
Thank you.
That's the only problem with building Legos as you get older, man. The knees just can't handle it. Are you guys leaving?
No, that's his dog.
That's my brother.
Man, I'm so excited for this. This is gonna be sweet.
Probably.
Okay, we need these and these. Because that's how she tells you she loves you.
Alright, if he gets transported, I'm gonna need somebody with him while I follow.
It's Oh boy, this is where it starts to get really fun. Okay. I need long boy. That's 2.
You don't have to walk. It's just
Long
my
boy.
chest. This
1
is
long
me
boy.
fucking killing me. Hold on. Time out.
Why don't we grab the group? Keep an eye on him.
These connector boys.
I'm not to follow him to the hospital.
Oh.
Correct. He's gonna get transported, so I'm gonna go with the hospital and do a point. I know. Yeah, I'll meet you down. Okay.
You guys involved at all?
Well, no, this is my brother. He called me. I just live right here.
Okay, where are you guys parked at?
I'm on the other side, way down that way.
Way down that way?
Yeah, one of the other sheriffs told me to come over here and just see what was going on.
Okay, so he's going to be getting transported to the hospital.
Is he going to UNM?
UNMH.
Is he okay?
He's breathing. Yeah, he's up and running because he was the driver of this truck, right? Yeah, so he was up and going. If you guys could do me a favor, and I know someone just told you to come on down, but if you guys want to go back to your truck and hang out, man, just so we can get this all squared away, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Is that other person all right?
I hope. I think so. I don't know.
No, they're not. They're dead.
He's breathing right now. So.
All right.
But yeah, if you guys want to head back to your car for me,
appreciate
that.
Apparently he's a 34 from Cuba.
What the heck is that supposed to be?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just
Apparently he's a
flipped.
34
That's all that
from
matters.
Cuba.
Okay, man, I'm done.
This truck. Is he drunk?
Possibly. There's an open container in there.
Slides on
So,
wheels.
he's a 34 from Cuba? Yeah, that's what he told Hammer. So, just heads up on that. You want me to follow this guy? Yeah. I didn't know what his numbers are. So it sounds like there may be 2 people in there. Suppose there's only 1. Oh, okay. We're not really sure. Yeah.
There's 2 people in there, correct?
So Hammer's gonna follow him. Yeah, the driver of the truck.
Is that drunk
So
cop?
Hammer's going with him, and then I'll meet him down there in a minute. Okay.
But like the chief or what?
This guy the chief? Or?
He said it's his son that's...
So...
That's
Yeah.
my son in the ambulance.
Okay.
We have learned the man in civilian clothes flashing his badge is Felix Nunez. He is the chief of police for Jemez Springs Police Department, which currently has 8 sworn police officers. The fact that this chief was able to enter an active scene where multiple deaths had occurred and then demand answers from investigating officers is mind-boggling. Nunez's son is the accused drunk driver being taken away in the ambulance. Chief Nunez was summoned to the crash scene in Albuquerque by his son.
Wow. That's corrupt as fuck.
Yeah, 1080 in there.
Okay.
You covered? We can? Or is this going to be a 45 fatal?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
They're still trying to get this guy out.
Did you hop over or what?
We don't know yet. We just got here.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so corrupt.
He called, he said they're taking him, his chest was hurting and stuff, so they're taking him in.
Okay.
You got 1 unit going on them?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, guys.
Where are you at? Were you following him, or did he call you?
No, he called us.
Okay.
I was at home.
Dad, I was wasted. And I killed 2 people.
We'll secure everything once we get the vehicle flipped over and we can actually
Son,
get
I'm
in
the
there.
chief of police.
Alright, I'll email you that you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, you should have, this person, he might have his, he has maybe 2 guns in there. He has a 380 and a 9.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
We'll do our best to find him.
Alright, I'm gonna try to crawl back over now. I'm just gonna head to UNMH.
Perfect.
You have a Tyler, yeah?
Yeah.
On there, yeah.
Alright.
Alright, G-King?
Yes, sir.
Alright, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Oof, that hurts.
Be careful.
2 viewers. Thank you for being here, my 2 viewers. Whew. Okay. So and this plugs into that, like so, I think.
How you doing, bro? You doing okay? I'm okay. You?
I'm okay.
Alright, I just want to recap with you, Brandon. So,
wow.
What time did you start about drinking? You said you ended at 7, you told me on scene, right?
Yeah, it was probably like 6:45 or that. It was 1 beer, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Where
gotta
was
flip
that
these.
Shit.
Oh.
In Albuquerque somewhere?
Bummer. Okay.
Honestly, I think it was Bernalillo, honestly.
You were in Bernalillo?
Yeah, at the time.
Okay. So, you were heading to Santa Fe, you said?
Yeah, back towards Bernalillo.
Okay, so you were in Albuquerque then, or?
At the time, yeah.
Okay, you were in Albuquerque, all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're heading to Santa Fe.
No, back towards Bernalillo.
Back towards Bernalillo.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had one beer. What time did you guys start drinking?
One beer.
For the draft or what?
I don't even pay attention to the draft. I don't even fucking know how that works.
All right. What time did you about start drinking your beer?
Maybe about 3?
3?
Yeah.
Okay, so you started at 3 and you finished it at 6:45?
There we go.
3 hours and 45 minutes?
No, honestly, I only had 2 drinks.
2 drinks?
Yeah.
2 drinks now.
Okay.
2 drinks.
I had to get my daughter from school, so it was nothing legitimate.
Okay. All right. Obviously, you smacked your head pretty good. I take it?
I fucked my shit up.
Okay. Can I finish the horizontal gaze nystagmus test on you?
I don't think it'll be legitimate, but you could try.
Will you accept me doing it, or do you not want to consent to it?
Let's finish this medical piece, and then we can do it after we're good from there.
All right.
I think.
All right.
I don't
well,
know, man.
they're already
He
done
knows.
for now until they
He
finish
knows
up getting your
he knows how
testing
screwed
and all that, so we
he
have
is.
a minute to do it.
Let me come back to, and I think we'll be okay.
All right.
What's your name?
So
What's your name?
It's Deputy Hammerl.
Hammer what?
Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do.
Hammer
okay?
what?
Right now, I have reason to believe that you're under the influence of intoxicating liquor and/or drugs. Okay. There's an open container in the vehicle. You were actually driving possibly the wrong way on the freeway.
Me?
Yes, sir.
I was driving the wrong way?
There's you have red bloodshot watery eyes, strong odor of alcohol.
Man,
when I started the test,
this is
you have
turning out real
significant
great.
lack of smooth
I'm so
pursuit in
happy.
your eyes, which you know what that is.
Some coffee.
You have also distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation in both eyes until we had to stop for the medical people, okay?
Exactly.
All right. So I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to go ahead and apply for a search warrant for your blood, okay? Once I do that and the judge approves it, you know how that process works from there, okay?
If you get a search warrant, you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
All right, brother. Just hang in there. They're going to keep working on you, okay?
Okay. Brandon Roybal Barber, the driver of the pickup over there.
Man.
Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Do you understand each of these rights I've read to you? Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you mind answering some questions? You don't want to answer questions at the moment? Okay. Okay. And that's all we got.
That's it. That's a
inside
wrap.
Here.
Guilty. Oh, that was the end of the video. Alright, let's find a new video to watch. I already watched that. Judge explains 20... Oh, yeah, this kid. Oh, yes. Yes, this punk. Yeah, this kid was street racing and killed a mother and her child
everyone.
with a Lamborghini Urus.
Is the defendant ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, it took me a little bit longer than anticipated, but there was a lot of information to consider. Let me just start by saying that as multiple people have observed, this is a particularly difficult case.
Yeah, particularly
because there's really
difficult.
nothing that the court can do that's that's capable of fixing the harm that has been caused to the victims in this case.
Yeah, no kidding. You literally splattered a woman
that being said,
and her daughter.
I've got to start with the law. I'm bound by the law. And the law gives me a guideline for how to analyze an appropriate sentence in this case. So I want to start with the Camacho case.
Camacho.
It's really the first thing I need to address is whether or not the court's going to depart from the minimum in this case, which is 222 months, or approximately 18 and a half years.
18 and a half years, yes.
As a minimum. The Camacho case, as Mr. Fitzgibbons pointed out and argued, lays out really a three-factor test. Is there a valid legal basis for departure? Is there competent substantial evidence that the facts support an application? Or do the facts apply to the departure basis that is being asserted? To both of those questions, I answer those yes. There is a valid legal basis for departure, and there is competent substantial evidence that would support a departure. And really, I'd find that as to all of the departure bases argued, with the exception of the disparity argument. I'll just comment on that one for a moment. The defendant has argued that an available basis for departure is the disparity between the guidelines and the sentence that Mr. Barano got. I don't agree with that. I agree that disparity could potentially be an available legal basis for departure. But in this case, I don't think it applies, because I do think that there are important substantive differences.
All right, come on, Judge, get to the point. Good God.
Facts as applied to Mr. Barano and the facts as applied to Mr. Herron. The state's put those on the record. I won't elaborate on it too much, other than to say I think that the difference, that the age of majority for Mr. Herron is one of those. But mostly, I just think that the facts are different.
The facts are different.
As between those two defendants. And so I don't believe that the facts in this case support that as a departure basis, because I believe that a disparity in sentence between Mr. Barano and Mr. Herron is appropriate in this case. That brings me to the third question of should essentially the third factor under the Camacho case is should the trial court depart? And the court in this case is going to decline to depart. So I'm answering that question in the negative. The trial court in this case is not going to depart.
Ooh, what does that mean?
I don't reach that decision lightly. When evaluating an appropriate sentence, I will start with Florida Statute 921.002. It was pointed out several times the primary purpose of the criminal punishment code in Florida is to punish. And I've got to take into account the severity of the primary offense and the circumstances surrounding the primary offense.
Yeah, you got to put on pants and a shirt.
Take into account circumstances and severity, a lot of what I'm taking into account really when I sentence is intent and harm.
All right, do you need me to print it right now?
And in this case, there wasn't any evidence, and nor does the court believe that there was any specific intent to do harm, in this case to the victims. But there was intent to drive at an egregious speed, 102 miles an hour.
God, no wonder lawyers get paid so much. This is insufferable.
Of who that ended up harming. And then the second part of that, the second component, is the harm caused. And in this case, it's just impossible to have greater harm than the harm that occurred in this case.
Well, yeah, he
which was
literally splattered a woman and her child.
Mother, loss of a baby, and really the loss of a family as it existed.
Like, just that woman got evaporated. That kid was going so fast.
I did consider, I also want to make a record, I did consider sentencing Mr. Herron as a youthful offender.
No.
But for the same reasons that I'm discussing, I didn't think sentencing him as a youthful offender was appropriate. I agree that youthful offender was something that the court could have done. I did consider it. I carefully considered it.
I considered it.
But the court just found that due to the serious nature of these offenses, the extreme nature of the conduct, and again the level of harm that a youthful offender sentence was not appropriate. So given that the court is not departing, the guidelines call for a sentence of 18, essentially 18 and a half years at a minimum and 30 years as a maximum. And the court doesn't find that either the minimum or the maximum is appropriate in this case.
Ooh. So what does that mean?
I've said it several times, that serious nature of the offense, egregious nature of the conduct, and mostly the harm that's been caused prevent me from putting this as a bottom of the guidelines minimum case. But the departure bases argued by the defendant did provide some reason not to put it at the top of the maximum. And specifically, the court did take into account that the defendant's 18, certainly responsible for his actions, and he's being held accountable for his actions.
Damn right.
But the age of 18, the court finds is a mitigating factor, and shouldn't put this at a maximum. Also, the complete lack of prior criminal history is something that the court considered as preventing this from being at the top. So, having said all that,
having said all that,
going really toward the middle between the minimum under the guidelines and the maximum punishment permitted under Florida state law. So on count one,
finally, this is how many minutes has this taken? 8 minutes.
The court's going to adjudicate the defendant guilty, sentence him to 9 years in Florida state prison. On count two, same charge. The court will adjudicate the defendant guilty, sentence him to 15 years Florida state prison, and that'll run consecutive to count one, for a total of 24 years Florida state prison. Count three is a misdemeanor, unlawful racing on a highway. So the court will adjudicate the defendant guilty, sentence him to time served.
Thank you.
Give credit for time served, I believe, 2 days.
That is perfect.
Court will impose mandatory court costs.
You're amazing, honey.
Mr. Herron, you have given up the right to appeal the determination of your guilt or innocence.
Wow.
You have 30 days to appeal the sentence of the court. And I'll direct the bailiffs to take Mr. Herron into custody.
Huh? What's yours? Dude. Oh. This kid right here, his dad's like a millionaire, and he was drag racing his Lamborghini Urus in Miami. You know that. No, there's no one talking. It's just artsy. But he's just watching to support me. Oh man, let's find something else. Neglect after child. Officer conceal. Hey, let's watch this one.
You realize that I'm trying to help you out here.
Yes.
I'm trying to get you out
Police
of here.
interrogations.
And you're just sitting here.
I gotta turn on this AC.
Well, I'm not free to go then.
No, you're not.
What time is it?
Why?
11:30. All right, I gotta feed Rascal real quick.
Get to the bottom of an investigation.
Poor doggie's hungry.
A very serious criminal matter. Okay. Okay. Right
Where
now,
are you
you're a
off to?
potential suspect in that.
Oh, okay, fine.
Does that
Where are
make
you guys
sense?
going?
I don't understand why I'm a suspect. No.
Well, that's for me to know, for you to tell me why you're not a suspect.
This is your time to kind of help us help
Thanks
you.
for cleaning the kitchen this morning, sweetie.
Tell me this.
I do apologize on the phone.
No, I'm not mad at you.
I'm going to exercise my right to be silent.
Okay. So just tell me this. I know you were a police officer before, right?
Where's my dog?
You're a police officer in not Gravity, but in Gateway? It's an easy yes or no.
I'm being silent.
Well, I can see that.
Oh, knife. Oh, that was close. I caught it. I caught the knife. Don't worry. Here, Miles, wait. Don't close it. Don't close it. Catch. Because I'm testing your reflexes. Yeah. Yeah, it's 3,500 calories per pound.
What was your name? Grant. Grant? Yeah, Grant. All right, right hand, turn it over for me. Perfect.
No, fork is hot.
Perfect, thanks, sir. Okay, let's see the right back of your hand. You'll turn your hand back over. Yep.
Yes,
Thanks,
doggy,
sir.
I know you're a hungry boy. Yes.
And do the same thing
Somebody
with the
didn't
left
feed you
palm.
yesterday,
Thanks, sir.
and you starved. I know.
And we will do the left
He
back.
was literally crying at me when I got home. Like, I'm so hungry.
All right. You don't have any weapons on you.
I've been neglected.
Okay, let me search you real quick. If you place your hands up on the wall, I'll let you go to the bathroom, okay? There's just keys. I believe it was keys right there for you, okay? So where do you work at?
All right, all right.
Okay. All righty. If you want to step right out here, I'll have that other deputy take you. If you want to pick that up, you can. Hey, Brad, you might take it to the bathroom.
All right.
Perfect. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
That's the water, dingus. That's the food. Ugh. I return it. All right.
You can put that back in your pocket if you want, man.
Still two viewers. Thanks for sticking around, Artsy.
You're in corrections, so you
Appreciate
know
it.
we take people to the bathroom. We don't want them taking stuff in there, leaving stuff and whatever. Not
Oh,
that
my
you
pizza's
would,
done.
but, you know,
In the microwave, and I need more coffee.
Or that you even may just forget it in there on accident, you know.
What? They're by the front door, I think.
Get it from you. Are you right or left?
Or no, they're in the living room.
Right-handed, okay.
They're by the couch.
I'm Detective Chamberlain. I know we haven't met. James
What?
Chamberlain.
Yeah,
Did you used to be a police officer somewhere? Or, I recognized you, but I wasn't 100% sure where I knew you from. But somebody said that you used to be a police officer in Gateway, or
I'm just waiting for my coffee.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Constable.
You were a constable here too. For Benton County?
Yeah.
For Benton County, okay. That's what I was thinking. How long did you do that?
2 years. Well, I was elected one term, 2 different terms, but not together.
Not together, so on two separate occasions. Okay.
I like grabbing you.
You understand this. You've been through this before, so I'm gonna read it to you.
I just grabbed your
anytime
booty.
we bring somebody into the sheriff's office, we read this before we start talking to people, okay? And it's just your statement of rights for us. And before we ask any questions, it's my duty to advise you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? I need to affirm it, yes or no. Okay. Okay. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statements or answering any questions, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. You may have an attorney appointed to you by the court to represent you if you cannot afford one or otherwise obtain one at no cost.
Yeah, when the police start reading you this line, that's how you know you're shafted.
If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer, you still have the right to stop answering questions at any time or stop questioning for the purposes of consulting a lawyer. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. However, you may waive your right to you may waive your right to advice and counsel, and your right to remain silent. You may answer questions or make statements without consulting a lawyer if you so desire. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All I did was read this to you.
That's my pizza, not yours. Don't even look at it. What? What?
Trying to get you to sign there.
Good boy.
That's my signed.
Here.
Down here.
You sit right here.
Sorry, I know there's too many X's on my page. That's my bad. That's a different spot than
okay.
You print your name, and I'll sign the other side over there.
Time to keep moving along. So I need one of these.
I'll get that. The date is the 23rd, February 23rd.
And one of these.
And it is 9:17 p.m. 2017.
He goes.
Okay. here's the thing. I want to talk to you about what you've done today, okay? Can you just take me through when you woke up this morning to when you got stopped by the police out there in
Good
what's the
dog.
name of that road you're on? I'm sorry. I'm going to drive.
Okay.
Glen Ridge?
I'm not going to say anything after I've been read those rights yet.
Okay. Why don't you want to talk to me about your day?
I don't know what's going on. I am kind of sickly to what I'm here for and things.
Okay. So you don't want to explain what you've done today? Did you? Is there a reason behind that?
You read me my rights, and I don't know why. And so...
Oh, I forgot to put a piece in. Where did I forget to put that piece
What was
in?
the first thing said? I have the right to remain silent.
Okay. So you're telling me that you don't want to talk to me right now?
I'm going to remain silent.
Oh. Man,
okay.
dumb.
Cool. Hang tight right here for just a few minutes.
Battery
okay?
bank's fully charged over there by Apollo. Oh, bugger. Man, I'm dumb. Okay. How am I going to get this apart now? Oh, no. This piece right here, I forgot to put in right here. Ah, shoot.
By the way, I'm Detective Cordier. I think we've met once before.
Probably so.
Yeah, I think so. Back when I was on patrol.
Okay, I talked to my boss. I think I was confused, or I may have confused you on what's going on here. I can't tell you exactly why you're here, and you being a police officer, you understand that. I need to rule you out as a suspect in a crime that's been committed, and that's why we got you here, is because we need to talk to you, find out where you're at. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if I scared you at the beginning or what, but that's why I was trying to, and I can't, you see the position that I'm in. I can't tell you why you're here, but at the same time, I need to rule you out into something. Does that make sense? I mean, or would you be willing to talk to me about your day, knowing that I need to rule you out of something, or I'm just kind of lost here, and I need to clear you from something. And if you didn't do anything wrong today, you have nothing to worry about. And that's kind of where we're at.
Well, yes, I would have liked to, but before the rights were read. So not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, and you understand as a detective, we read those rights to everybody who comes in here. It's not just you, but when we interview, kids, and it's everybody. Once you come into our facility, we that's something we have to do. It's not something. It's not just something we're doing for you. It happens to everybody that walks through this room and talks to us.
There we go.
Because
now
it's just like anything else that we do. We have to cover all of our bases. And that's what we did by reading you those rights. So we need to know. I mean, does that make sense? Like, I know you've been a police officer for a while now, so you understand, how everything works.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've got to rule you out as a suspect. And if I can't do that, then we're at a standstill. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what happened today? Can you walk me through your day about what happened today?
I have to remain silent.
Okay.
On that.
Okay. So you're telling me that you did do something today that was wrong then. Is that what I'm getting at? I mean,
I'm just silent.
Okay. So you just don't want to talk to me because of what reason?
I don't understand what they snatched me up out there and nobody told me anything. I don't understand.
Okay.
What
he's eating
what's going
catnip.
on and
okay. So did you? I guess my question is this: knowing what I just told you, okay.
Oh man, this dude
I guess if it
knows
was
how
me
screwy
and
he
I
is.
was, if I was in your position, I'd be like, hey James, I did this. I was at, or Grant, I did this. I was at, here, and here.
Yep.
And I
Innocent
would
people
just be done with it, and that way you can get out of here. But at this
behave
point,
very differently.
like I can't clear you from this because you could still potentially be a suspect.
Yep.
Does that make sense? Like, I don't know if I'm not explaining it right or what's going on here.
explain it fine. I just have to, once the rights have been read, I have to, it says I have the right to be silent.
Yes. Okay.
Yep. You're the former sheriff. You know it. The less you talk, the better. Okay. This goes on. Wait.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say at this point.
I need a black one.
You realize that I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to get you out of here quicker. And
no, you're not.
You're just sitting
That's
here.
That's the lie. That's the lie that they always tell you.
No, you're not free to go.
Why?
Because I've got to get to the bottom of an investigation, a very serious criminal matter.
Okay.
Okay. And right now, you're a potential suspect in that. Does that make sense?
I don't understand why I'm a suspect. No.
Well, that's for me to know and for you to tell me why you're not a suspect.
This is your time to kind of help us, help you.
Okay.
Tell me this.
I do apologize on the front end.
No. I'm not mad at you.
I'm going to exercise my right to be silent.
Okay. So just tell me this.
There we go.
I know you were a police officer before, right? You're a police officer in Gravit. I mean, not Gravit, but in Gateway.
Ma'am, I love you.
It's an easy yes or no.
I'm being silent.
Well, I can see that.
What's up? Yeah.
Where do you live at? We can do this all night. I mean, it doesn't bother me. You're going to continue to be a suspect until I find out otherwise.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okie dokie. Hi, Dougie. You're not getting my pizza. So you might as well just stop while you're ahead.
Hello?
There it is.
Sir. What's up? I was looking for a detective.
You want me to get it for you?
Well, I'm ready. I need to go
You need to go where?
home or get ready for work in a little bit.
Okay, we'll just have a seat and I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
No problem. You need anything else?
He thinks he's going home.
No, I hate not being able to talk. But usually after they read my rights, after they read me my rights, I just feel like I need to be silent.
What do you mean?
I just need to be silent.
Why? How come nobody asked me anything or told me anything before we got here or anything? Not necessarily you. You've been real good to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was just taking you up here, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they asked me to bring you up here, so the detective is the one that has all that information, you know what I'm saying?
He said he couldn't give it to me.
Oh, he did?
Right now, yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, what time do you need to be back? So, what time do you usually get ready for work?
Listen, I try and leave by 9:15. Let's see, well, my head's all screwed up now, 9:15, 9:30, so I can get there and sign in before 10:45, yeah.
You gotta sign in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you just want to get out of here, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to help, but I don't know what's going on, and I mean, y'all put yourself in my shoes, and maybe you've been there before. It just kind of makes you.
No, nobody's been in your shoes because people don't commit murder like what you do.
Or something.
Sickly?
Yeah.
Well, you said that you didn't want to say nothing, so, and like I said, I would love to give you the information, but that's way above my pay grade. You know how that works, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
So I try to be good to you, get you what you need or whatever, so.
Well, okay, I just need to go and get through.
Don't work like that, son.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Okay.
You need anything
Hey,
else?
it's a differential. Look at that.
Yeah.
You sure?
A little spider gear.
Okay.
Zing.
That's
pretty awesome.
Thank you.
That's it?
Oh.
That's it for now.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah.
He's
so screwed.
I think your wife may be coming to get you or something, I think. You're married, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, I think she may be coming up here to get you. I'm not really sure, though.
Okay.
I mean, they tell me about as much as they tell you. You know what I'm saying? You know how that is.
Yeah, I know. It's just, boy.
Right? So, okay.
You don't want to be that guy. I mean, you know, I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I mean, like I said, if
it's just weird. I'd like to help, but.
Well, I mean, I think you can. You know.
If you just tell us.
Right?
Right.
I mean, I think you can, but I mean, you don't want to talk to me, you know, but those guys, I'll figure out where I don't know where they went, but I'll figure out where they're at and let them know that they're trying to get out of here.
All right.
So, and let them know that you want to help. Right?
Right.
That's my pizza.
Right, thank you.
Ho. He knows how screwed he is. Can you please let me out? No. Let's see, this goes up like this. Stop right there, criminal scum. One of these. Two of these.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes, sir.
The other officer told me you want to talk to me again. What's going on?
Oh, I'm just ready to go.
I'm just ready to go.
I'm not ready for you to go yet, so you're not going to be able to go. I've got other things that I'm doing right now. So, did you need to talk to me, or did you, like, what was the deal?
Oh, I was gonna go.
I was gonna go.
Okay, yeah, no, you're not going to.
But I wanted, okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, man. Oh, he's so mad. I was just wanting to go. Well, you're not, so just... okay. Set you down on top. Like that. And like that. Two more you. Two more you.
Sorry to keep you waiting this long. Okay. That's all right. Detective Cordero is talking to your wife right now. I talked to her a little bit, so I've kind of got a timeline of where you were and where you weren't today.
Nice.
I'm not. We all know what happened, okay?
We all know. They all know.
I'm trying to get your side of the story, okay? I don't want.
You
trying to think how to word this delicately. I'm not trying to get you in any trouble. I'm not trying to get her in any trouble.
You're already in trouble.
Okay? You've got a little daughter, 16, who needs her parents.
Damn.
Okay?
Nope.
I know what was said at dinner time. I know everything. Okay? I need your side of the story.
I want to hear the side of the story.
If
what happened?
Had a problem with this guy for a while, and this was an accident.
Oh, daughter's boyfriend. Oh, he murdered the daughter's boyfriend.
You maliciously chased him down, or what happened? But if I don't get your side of the story, I won't ever know. Okay? You know I know.
You know I know.
I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I wouldn't be talking to them right now.
Oh, wait.
So, I want to give you the opportunity to tell me what led up to what happened today. And if I came across as being rude or upset or whatever, I'm sorry. That's not what I'm trying to do.
You're fine.
I'm just trying to gather facts.
I'm not sure what happens or what's going on.
Okay.
But I just have to invoke my right.
Okay. So you're telling me that you don't want to give me your side of the story.
Yeah, it's never about giving your side of the story.
That's what you're telling me. That I've got to.
And he knows it.
I've got to put together what your wife has told me and what the crime scene's told me. I mean,
what I'm saying is, I have the right to remain silent.
Yes, you do.
That's true, you do.
I'm not saying I don't want to tell you anything or help you guys or anything.
But they're working to build a case.
You told me I had the right to remain silent.
That's true, I did.
1, 2.
Just because I told you have the right to remain silent doesn't mean you have to remain silent.
I know, but...
That's the trick.
Apologies to you.
No, you don't have to apologize to you. No, you don't need to. No, you don't.
I will use my right to remain silent.
Okay, and I'm telling you that's your right, but at the same time, if you don't walk me through what happened and why it happened, then there's no way for me to get. It's like this. It's like this. You're writing a book, right? We're writing a book. You got chapter 1, you got chapter 2, and chapter 3. Chapter 1 is what happened today, what started out today, how your day started. Chapter 2 is what led up to the incident, and chapter 3 is you telling me about
what am I doing wrong?
What happened to lead you up to that, because I don't have any of that information. I know you went to eat, out tonight. I know what you said at dinner. I know that you went to Lowe's afterwards. I know everything, but I don't know what caused the incident. I don't know. And if I don't know that, I've got to assume the worst. And I don't want to assume the worst.
What am I doing wrong here?
I don't. That's not my job. That wasn't your job, right? That wasn't your job to assume the worst. Your job was to go do a job, collect facts. I mean, you know what a police officer does. You know what a detective does. You've been that.
Oh, I put these on the wrong side.
I need this whole piece so I can collect it all. Because if I've only got bits and pieces, it makes you look really, really bad. Really bad. And I don't want to do that. I don't want you to look bad. And I don't know if you think I'm trying to trick you or do whatever, but if I don't collect all the pieces that I need, I can't get your side of the story. And that's the issue that I have. And I don't know what's holding you up. I don't know what's holding you up from telling me your side of the story.
Because he's guilty.
Do you just don't want to tell me your side of the story?
I'm just silent.
No, I get that. I understand that. Like, that part you've made completely clear. You've told me several times.
I just am going to remain that way.
Okay. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding that.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm sorry.
Okay. You know what? There's no reason for you to be sorry. I think later on, there may be a reason for you to be sorry. But it's not right now. You talking to me and trying to get me trying to pull the truth out of you is...
Later on, you might be sorry.
Do you realize that you're looking at some very, very serious charges here?
No.
Yep.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay. Well, you are. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
And if it was an accident, it was an accident. And that's all it was.
But it wasn't.
But if you intentionally went out to hurt somebody, that's a whole nother story. It's a whole nother story.
Yep.
Okay? I'll let you think about it.
I really want to look into what happened here.
I'll give you one more chance here in a few minutes.
I'm so invested now.
I'm telling you that.
Well, what happened?
You know what happened. I'm not going to sit here and play games with you. I'm not. I know. You know. We have witnesses that put you there. The 2 cars that drove by. Look, man, I'm not... I just want to know why it happened. Okay? You realize you did it right in front of somebody. Well, no, you let them get around you, but they physically ID'd you. Like, I don't... Look, man, I'm done telling you my side of the story. If you would like to talk to me about what happened and what happened out there, then I'm fine with that. But if not, I'm going to sleep good tonight, regardless of whether you want to talk to me and tell me what happened or not. I don't think you will.
Now I put it together, right?
Honestly, I don't think you will. Okay? Think about it for a few minutes, and I'll come back and get you in a minute.
Oh, come on. Let's get the confession. I want the confession. Give me the confession. Confess. Confess thine sins. Mere mortal, before your God. Alright. Tuck that in. And we'll tuck that in.
Your wife's about to leave. She wanted to give you a hug before she left. Are you good with that? I told her that it was fine. I don't have any problems with it. Just, yeah, come on in. I'm sorry.
I love you, honey. I love you too, honey.
Love you too.
I'm going to jail. I did it dumb.
Okay.
No, it won't. You're gonna die in jail.
Thank you. I guess
one. Where's the other one of these?
Hey, I just thought I'd check on you. Do you want anything to drink, or do you use the restroom?
Well, I need to go pee if I can. That's all right.
Yeah, let me work it out.
Okay.
Do you want something to drink too? Some water or something? That help?
Yeah, I hate for you to have to get something. But
No, I don't mind. No problem. Alright, let me see if I can find somebody to take you to that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ugh, man. I hate how the sheriffs in this county and in this country are elected.
Yeah, come on. Thank you. Yeah. Going that way. You ever been up here before? Yeah, I've got used one up there. Yeah. Yeah, so. You need anything to eat or anything? Sure? Yeah. Alright, there you go, man. Appreciate it. Oh, I did want to, because well, it ain't none of my business, but I started to move that while ago, and I thought I better not. For the temperature, yeah, it's just a little cold, maybe a half degree up or something. See what it does there. I was afraid to touch it, so. We'll see how it does. Thank you.
He's cold. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, bud, you're what we call shafted.
How are you doing?
Right. I'm getting ready to think about laying down up on that desk, but it looks awful hard.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll be any more comfortable up there than what you are now.
No.
Alright.
Can I get you anything else?
It's coming together.
That's good. Thank you.
So I need 2 of these.
Alright.
Okay.
Can you help me understand how we got to this point?
I don't know.
Of course you don't know.
I remember being on patrol and running into you one night. Call, back me up.
Oh.
It was way back in, oh gosh, it's been almost 3 years now.
Well.
Two.
Yeah,
something
so.
like that. Yeah, something like that. But
you guys are always good to help us, help me too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brad, he was always right there, man.
Oh, absolutely. I worked on his shift, so.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he always had my back. But I just don't understand how we got to this point.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, I'm here to listen. If you're willing to talk.
See, what she's doing here is playing the friend.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Me too.
And she's trying to get him to talk willingly.
You can do that. You just talk to me.
Well, I just have to. Since you read those rights, I have to.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to
Keep your mouth shut.
Well, what's the difference?
You got to keep your mouth shut. That's what it is.
No, what's the difference?
All right,
between
look at this go.
What the paper says and
Formula One suspension, baby.
Especially if it clears you out of everything. I mean, the way I look at it is, regardless of something happened or not, and if it was an accident.
Nope, they are not your friend. They are there to get a confession.
Let me help you. Like, I don't know what
no, you're helping you help yourself.
What happened today? To be able to explain it later.
I don't know what happened.
They have to prove it in court. Anything you say will be used against you.
People are gonna have questions. Your family.
Well, I have questions.
Well, exactly.
God, police are such manipulators.
So why can't we figure this out together?
Well, we can, but I've been left in the dark on everything.
He's still playing dumb. That's smart.
Well, the thing is, I can't. There's certain things, but you know, there's certain things I can tell you and I can't tell you. But when you start to tell me what you did today,
I can help you.
Once you start telling me, I can start telling you.
Yeah, see? We're friends.
Let me help you.
Help me help you. Yeah, we're all friends here, aren't we?
Yeah, of course. So I can figure out what happened and what you were doing today. I mean, I've already talked to your wife. I've already talked to your daughter, who's really sweet, by the way. She's a really good kid.
Yeah.
So the only step left is to talk to each other and figure out, you know, come get down to the bottom of it. What happened today?
Okay.
Why was today any different than every other day?
Why was today different? Come on. Tell me.
Okay.
So, you want to talk about it?
Well, when I'm looking over there,
I know what you're doing. I know. And you know what it says, and I'm not here to trip you up. I mean,
there you are.
Straightforward with you. I just want to start from the beginning of your day and work our way down.
Okay.
Fill in all the spots for me so I can understand. We can start from the very beginning. I mean, I know you probably slept in because you work nights. I work nights. Trust me, I worked nights for almost 4 years. I understand how that sleep schedule is.
Yeah, sleep's all messed up.
You could, oh, absolutely. It doesn't matter if you switch to the day shift schedule. Your sleep's still going to be messed up for a while. I still fight it every once in a while. Did you sleep in today? Yeah. I bet you did. You could have got to work tonight, huh? Yeah. What time did you get up?
Dude, the tactics she's doing. See, she's trying to get him just talking about anything so he stops clamming up. Get the suspect to talk about anything.
Around noon. That's usually what time I got up too. I'd sleep in as long as
I'm just like you. See, you got nothing to worry about. I'm your friend.
Anything done today?
Yeah, let's just casually talk about your day.
No.
You get anything done today, like kill someone?
Anything good on TV? Usually that's what I do. I'd eat and watch TV.
Yeah, you watch TV, right? So you know what they're gonna say on TV?
Same old stuff.
Oh yeah?
On TV.
You watch the same episodes? Or like, do you have a specific TV show you would
See, she's trying so hard to be his friend.
What we watch?
This is such good psychology. There we go. Look at that. See? Now the wheels turn.
It's called right now TV Land.
Oh, okay. What shows play on that? Like Andy Griffith and stuff like that? Yeah?
I think they've been playing a lot of MASH.
Oh,
MASH.
okay.
I love MASH.
I'm crazy about that.
No.
It's on.
It's a little before my time. I haven't really watched any of that. I couldn't even tell you what it was about.
I couldn't even tell you what MASH was about.
Korean
doctors
and have a field hospital at the Korean War.
Oh, okay.
Stuff.
All right.
It's really just kind of comedy.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's not too bad.
Does your wife like that?
Oh, well, I think she better watch other stuff, but that's all.
Yeah. Well, I guess that gets her by until something better comes on, right?
Yeah.
So did you watch that today? Was that on today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Any movies?
See, she's breaking him down.
Anything else?
She's getting him to open up.
Let's see.
Tactic number 1.
They had,
Everyone likes to think they're special. People are all the same.
and I think, and then we watched Gunsmoke.
Oh, Gunsmoke.
That was on there.
Yeah, love
And then,
Gunsmoke.
Watched the Mad Max movie that they had there.
The new one or the old one?
That's the old one.
Oh, okay.
I've seen the new one. They just came out like last year.
Well, it didn't make any sense then, did it?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't really. I guess I should have probably started with the first
Yeah,
one.
it's kind of crazy.
Is it? Was it?
Well, my daughter had seen that.
Oh, okay.
So we got her the other.
See, now he's talking like a river. That's all she had to do was get him to open up.
I couldn't tell you what was going on even if I wanted to.
Well,
So is the first one good too?
oh well, it's kind of a big dated, you know.
Yeah, a
so,
little bit.
But
So we watched some TV.
Back to what you were doing that day, murdering
Do
someone.
you have anything good for breakfast?
some Frosted Flakes.
Hey, that is by far my favorite cereal.
I don't know.
No,
It's
it
kind of
really
fucked my
is.
belly again, I think.
Really? Hey,
Man, now
I
she's
love
really getting him to open up.
I'm not gonna lie. My kids will gripe at me because they think it's too healthy, but I love
Frosted Flakes are too healthy. Okay.
What else did you do today? Anything fun?
Anything fun? Like murder
any
someone?
chores around the house stuff? No? Just kind of lazy? Lazy day for you?
Other than murder?
Just watch some TV?
Murder someone?
No household chores? Your wife didn't make you do anything today?
Nope. She knows her place. That's terrible, but kind of on par for this guy already.
Not today. Well, I made her pills up today for her.
Oh, does she have a lot of health problems?
Yeah, she has a lot of health problems. Well, she got hit by that drunk driver up there between Pea Ridge and...
172?
Yeah, east of...
Yeah.
You...
I think I remember that a little bit.
In front of David Mustang.
Well, now I feel a little bad for him.
Where the Mustang's
But...
there. You know where...
Alright, time to build the engine! Ah!
Well,
Alright.
I bet you...
Woo! Woo! This is so much fun. I love
You
this.
know where the guy has the...
Okay.
David Henson has all those...
Sorry for the farty.
homemade trailers, and it's got like a...
there we go.
Little stagecoach and all that stuff right by the highways for sale. And
Yes.
there's a bunch of stuff for sale there.
Alright.
Big
Engine
house
building
just past
time.
it on the left.
Mm-hmm.
In the
Boom.
north side, I guess.
Is the white,
Yeah.
white house, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I know where you're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about.
the still Mustangs have it,
Mhm.
but just right in front of that, they got hit by that.
Drunk
Or
driver.
hit by a drunk driver there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I don't know whatever happened to that. I think Pea Ridge probably botched it.
Six.
And,
It's a sad situation.
I know.
I'm glad she ended up okay though.
Yeah, they flew her to Washington Regional,
Mm-hmm.
Fayetteville, and flew Madison, my daughter, to they didn't fly her. They took her by regular ambulance to Mercy.
Oh, okay. Man, I bet that was a rough.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Okay, now this is where it gets
you made up
fun.
for pills, you have to like do it by the
Oh,
week.
stretch
Put
out the
them all
legs.
together for her.
Rub the knees. Oh. Got my lower back to pop there.
She's a strong woman.
Okay.
She is a strong woman to get through all that.
Yeah.
Now she got to deal with your BS.
No wonder you let her watch whatever she wants on TV.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
I don't blame you on that
Well, you're
one.
probably that late at your house, huh?
Oh, I'm the only one in my house, so I get that anyway.
Well, sure. Yeah.
So,
Back to the problem at
well,
hand.
at least you got a day off from household chores, so that's nice.
Yeah, you're sitting in this jail cell.
Getting ready for work tonight.
Just pretty much, just
Yeah.
lay around, be a
Oh, it's a
slob
flat
here.
plane.
Yeah.
A flat
Did
pane.
anything done
Flat
outside
plane.
today? It was so nice today. It was beautiful
Yeah,
outside.
I know. It was like 80 degrees
Yeah.
or more.
It was
And
amazing outside.
What's the deal?
I don't know. It's messing with my allergies today, though.
Mine too. That's one part of my my eyes have been all itchy and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, mine too.
And then I was sitting in that car a while ago, not Brad's car, but the other one. So, I think it was a dog car.
Oh, yeah.
And, anyway, but I was sitting in there like that for a little bit, and I started sweating and then pouring to get my eyes, and I was like, boy, I think I'm hopped up on crack cocaine.
No. No.
Yeah, you're all hopped up on crack cocaine.
Did you get an experience outside today at all?
Not really.
No? Oh my gosh.
I know.
Did you a little bit at least? Get outside, do any yard work today, anything like that?
Man,
No?
she's really trying to break into him.
See.
He's not much.
Feed the chickens.
Ooh.
Oh, did you?
Feed the chickens.
Wait, how do I have an extra one?
Threw some seed out, some grass seed out there in front of the front porch.
Oh, yeah?
Right.
Does that take a long time?
No.
I've never done that before.
Now, had the dog, my dog used to be on the leash up, but he runs off.
Oh, he does?
So I have to have him on a chain. He's in the house or on a chain, usually, so.
Hi,
I
Pablo.
hate that because he's a running, he likes to run and stuff, but he, you're not supposed to have dogs loose anyway, and he just goes, and
yeah.
who knows, gets in all kinds of
Absolutely.
mischief, so. So I moved him in the backyard now, but he was, I had him on a post in the front yard, and he would get to run, and then he'd scratch the ground up like that, and he just made a big mess, big bare spot out there, so I threw some grass seed out that I bought up at, I think I got it at Dollar General.
Oh, really?
There we go.
Is that pretty time consuming?
Ah.
To do all that?
Look at
I
it.
feel like that would be hard.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bow.
Pretty simple. You
Just throw it out there.
You don't have to have
Oh, yeah.
Pour water on it. Well, if you do it right, it might be, but I.
Man, he's really talking now.
If you had to have like a,
He's really
one of those
opened up.
machines that lay it out for you. You know what I'm talking about?
Man, human psychology is so strange.
Yeah, something like that.
We like to think that we're all special and different, but
not necessarily.
we're not.
How many chickens you got?
Oh, let's see. I think I've got 4 hens and 3 roosters left.
Oh, wow. I bet those keep you busy.
Yeah, I've had a lot of, well, not really. I mean, I've been keeping them up too because they get out there and then,
there we go.
Well, coyotes and raccoons and things have been getting them.
Check it out.
And, I'm thinking maybe a fox or 2 had slipped up there, but somebody said they see some foxes out there.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Haha, I love Legos so much. These are awesome.
all those big hawks, chicken hawks, I guess.
Big old chicken hawk.
Get them and hoot owls.
Oh, I've heard of that. I've never seen it happen.
You ever heard what they do?
Don't they just like fly down and growl and keep going?
No, well, the owls, the hawks.
Gotta switch it up here, man.
The owls, they get up
My knees can't
in
take it.
the middle of the night, right?
Yeah.
And if they're in a tree, which most of mine have disappeared, were in a tree, instead of getting in their little roost I have in there for them. And they,
My back just popped nicely.
so they're sitting
Oh,
up
that felt
there,
good.
like this is the branch.
Okay.
Hanging on to the tree, and, or a tree limb, and they're sleeping or whatever. But hoot owl get up there next to them, and you get right up on them.
Oh, he paused there.
Scoot over.
And I think he realized for a second what was happening. He's like, nah, she's my friend. I can trust her. That pause. Oh, that was a great pause. Alright,
They
I
scoot
need
off the end of that
2
branch
here.
and they hit the ground and it bounces on top of them. And
What?
it kills them. I know.
Have you seen it happen?
Well, my grandpa had seen it happen.
Yeah.
He told me about it, and then I've seen what looks like the ends of it, you know.
Yeah.
And anyway.
Yep, back to reality.
Problems with that, and another buddy seen it. I mean,
He's stalling for time now. He kind of,
and grabbed him by the neck. and so, what did I say?
She's so not interested.
Yeah,
Oh.
we've got all kinds of predators up there and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you've ever been on a date and a woman gives you that, yeah, change topic.
I think about 15 or 16 chickens or whatever. And then we're down to the 4 hens. And really all we want is the hens.
Hey, you want to me on my first date? Hey, come on, let's live stream building a Lego set.
Sometimes well, most of the time.
They'll get the babies.
No, I'm just saying you end up with a lot of roosters, the males, you know, so it's like, and you do things to eat them, and then I can't do that at my house, you know, because they're all cats, you know.
Okay.
So I gave some away, and then some of them got, well, they just started disappearing about, I don't even remember October, November, so I just started keeping them up all the time and feeding them and watering.
What time do you get out there and feed the chickens today?
See, she keeps going back to today. She's smart. And he's pausing because he's like, I don't want to talk about today. I don't want to talk about today. She's just trying to get any info out of him she can.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Oh, it was beautiful today. Beautiful. So did you feed your chickens and start laying the seed down on the grass?
Well, let's see. I think just right after that I had
What
that
time?
exit
What
out
time
there.
did you do that?
Well, I better get that out there.
Might as well.
And it's
Enjoy this day.
weather. Well, I thought if it's going to be like this, maybe it'll grow.
Yeah. Hey. And maybe, I mean, we're supposed to get rain this weekend, so.
Come on.
Really?
Yeah. It's supposed to be nice.
There it goes.
It's supposed to be nice?
Yeah, it's supposed to be nice, I think. Well, today's pretty, I think Friday's supposed to be pretty. Saturday, I think it's going to go to like the 60s. And then Saturday night, I want to say there's probably like a chance of rain, like 40% or something.
Somebody said it's supposed to get down to 25 degrees Saturday.
I'm not ready for that.
And I'm not either. I'll be getting sick.
I'm already working on that, so I'm not ready for that.
Zoom.
Yeah, so what do you do after you got your chickens and all your seed laid down?
Stop talking about today.
Oh, yeah?
She's going to get it out of you.
You went inside?
See? He's pausing. He knows. He knows what she's doing.
Oh, yeah?
Sometime in there.
Anything good? Any games?
No, just a stupid game I played. What's it called? Call of War.
Call of War? What kind of game is that?
It's just it's not a game like this.
No.
It's just a game that has like, you'll be, say you're England or something like that, you know, and then you've got to build up your country, keep somebody else from attacking it. And,
that's cool.
Boomer games. I love boomer games.
No, it sounds better than the type that you play like this.
It's free.
Hey.
It's a free game.
To like sign in and keep track of that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, let's
talk about video games.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm friendly. I'm not a threat.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I can have nothing on TV, so
except for MASH and we don't like that.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. Got your
God, she sounds exactly like a bad date. Well, that's cool.
She's still watching TV? Yeah. Well, what time do y'all go to dinner? I know that didn't you mention getting back from dinner or coming back from dinner?
Well, I didn't.
Anything can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Earlier, like when we were still out on the road.
Oh.
That hasn't
you had mentioned
changed.
it to somebody whenever you had pulled up or something.
Nice. Alright, flip her back over.
Heck, I don't even know what time.
Two of you.
Alright. What time did we get to dinner?
Or what time did you leave the house for dinner? You remember?
No.
Where'd y'all go eat?
Clinton's.
Oh, hey, that's a good place.
Well, I'll let my daughter decide.
Ah, she's a daddy's girl. Did you eat anything good at Colton's?
It's a steak.
Just a steak.
Can't go wrong there, right?
Right.
Alright.
Right.
That's awesome. Did you get a chance to at least freshen up after laying all that seed down?
Laying all that seed down. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a 12-year-old.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's so nice to go lay seed down.
Oh my god, dude. This is like the worst first date ever. Okay. Let's keep it going. Let's see. We still got this. We gotta merge these two now somehow.
Put a different shirt on, probably, yeah.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised. I would too. It was so hot outside. I'm sure you were sweating.
Yeah.
Dude, this is great. I love this.
Just a little t-shirt.
What color was it?
Gray.
Just a gray t-shirt.
Oh man, yeah, I would be surprised if you got all that done outside and then didn't change, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's not a whole lot. I mean, it's like walking to the bathroom and back.
And 80-degree weather? I don't know.
I feel pretty good.
What did you got some stuff done today? Fed your chickens.
Yeah.
So when you went back inside, did you have some was there time in between you guys leaving, or did you leave pretty quickly?
Man, she's really getting the info out of him. And he's just walking right into it. He's walking right into this trap. Let's see, right, what are you?
In between laying the seed and going inside and playing the game. Do you remember about how long of a time it was before you left?
No.
No.
Did you ever go back outside?
That was too long.
I don't know.
Don't remember.
You don't remember. Hi, Apollo. Hi, sweet boy. What's up?
Did you go anywhere today? Did you ever leave the house today?
Here we go.
Yeah, we went to.
Well, besides Steve.
No.
No. I don't know. Maybe you got out and about. Sometimes I like to run in.
Is my mom and dad okay?
Yeah. Yeah. That I know of. I haven't talked to him, but I'm sure. I haven't heard anything.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie.
Did you see him today?
Oh, you're so precious.
No. Yeah, I haven't talked to him, but I haven't heard anything about your parents.
What do I have to?
Yeah, they live close to you.
Oh, you don't care. You just want love. Yes.
When you were outside today, did you notice anything different or weird going on? Or hear anything that was abnormal?
No.
Thank you for putting your butt right in my face.
Stuff like that? No?
Aw.
Everything's Did you run into anybody? Anybody stop by, say hi?
He's so cute. Yes, you are. Kitty break. We take a kitty break.
Alright.
King Apollo demands attention. Yes. Apollo the
Did you see
god.
anybody on the road? Anything like that?
Okay.
Being so nice, I didn't know if maybe anybody was out and about. Did you see any other neighbors?
Where are you getting at?
He's catching on. He's catching on.
Not that no.
No. Okay.
Apollo. Oh, you silly boy. Oh. I'm trying to build. I know.
I saw you messing with the thermostat earlier.
Well, I may have messed it up. Actually, I didn't.
Did you get it
I
turned
was
down?
going to, but then it started changing things on it. And I mean, before I touched it, I thought I better leave it alone. So I asked him.
Yeah,
The guy took me to the bathroom. He moved it up because it was a little cold in here. Still kind of feels cold, don't it?
Thank you for putting your butt in my face.
I'm a little chilly. I have a blanket
Yes.
in my office.
Oh, hi. Oh, you're so
Do you want
precious.
some more water?
Yes.
Are you
You're so
sure?
precious.
Thank you, though.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah, he thinks he's cute.
Well, let me go check on their process. I'll come chit chat more. I don't have nothing else to do, so.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
See you in a minute, Artsy.
I'll be right back.
Just I apologize ahead of time that
Hey,
I
no.
do this silent.
No, I enjoy
mean-
talking to you. Hey, it's okay.
Right to remain silent.
You don't have to explain it. I get it. I enjoy talking, so I'll be back.
Ah, he didn't fall for it. He didn't fall for it. He almost fell for it, but he didn't fall for it. That was close. That was close. They almost got your confession. Nope. You're so silly. Yeah. I know. What am I doing? What am I doing, Apollo? Turn my mic off for me. Thank you. Very good.
Yeah.
You're very good at doing that. Nope. No. Thank you. Thank you, Apollo.
Yeah.
That's my pizza. Please don't eat it. Good boy.
Sudafed.
Oh.
That's not what's called
Oh, you're so precious.
It's kind of without the D. Sudafed, but it's a Walgreens brand.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Are they white?
No, they're red.
They're the little red ones?
Yeah. Is it still Sudafed?
I think it's still Sudafed.
It's a store brand.
Yeah, I think it's still Sudafed.
And
does it work?
it keeps you from being swollen inside. But my eyes just weep. I've been weeping and watering and itching and.
There you
go.
All right.
So I've been taking. Well, I finally broke down and spent the money on Flonase.
Flonase. You broke down.
So what's called Flonase.
Is it like a nasal one?
Yeah.
I'm too scared to do those.
Oh, that's not like Afrin or something like that. My doctor prescribed that to me because it's safe. Well,
I'm just scared to do anything.
For your nose.
Yeah.
Well, it's just a little mist. You do it once a day and it really helps. That or there's another one. Some people tell me Nasonex. But they're not like Afrin or some of those that they do damage. I mean, take that when you're real bad sick, maybe before you go to bed.
Yeah.
But
I'm still it makes me anxious even thinking about it. I just couldn't do it.
There it goes.
Not even as a kid, I couldn't.
All right.
I know.
Now we get to join these two together. Flip. Up. Okay. Did I forget to? No, I didn't. Okay. Alright, now we get to...
He's my best friend. My best friend.
Oh, it goes on like this.
Were you at least able to taste your food tonight? That's the worst part to me, is when I can't taste anything.
There we go. Got her lined up.
Yeah.
Aha! Look at that! Look at that! She's coming together! Dude, it's so pretty! Oh, man! Oh, dude, this is so sweet. I love it. Look at it. It's coming together. Cool.
I usually am pretty big into chicken instead of steak, but every once in a while I like to change it up. Chicken can be so bland if you eat it too much. So I completely understand.
No, Apollo, don't go up there, please. My camera's up there. I know. Let's see. Here, you can come over here.
You can't really find that anywhere around here anymore. So did you drive tonight?
Oops. Here, there you go. There, you want your own chair? Yes. Meow.
Oh yeah.
All right. Oh, back down. There. He's in this chair. Here.
No, has she been begging for one yet?
Not really.
No, I need a long boy.
She wants a truck.
Too long.
I don't know.
That one.
Hey, that girl doing something right. She wants a truck. That's better than a car, right? Truck's probably safer.
Well, I don't know.
You don't think so?
Well,
I guess it depends on what kind of truck she gets. So what happened when y'all were on your way home? Y'all just ran into the roadblock? Yeah. Okay. I wasn't there when that part happened. What'd they do? When you guys ran into him?
Well, the guy.
Oh, he's talking. He's talking.
Meow. Wanted us to go down to Jones Trailer Park Road, and I said, well, I live 2 houses down here.
I'm trying to work here, bud.
The boss about that.
Thank you. Yes. I love that.
Radio for a while or something, and then he said, what's your name? I said, Grant Harden. And he said, can you step out of the car and when you put me in handcuffs and put me in the back of that one car.
Oh, the canine one you were talking about?
Yeah. And then Brad come got me and put me in another car.
Way more comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good guy.
Well, he is.
He's a really good guy. He's a good cop. I've learned a lot from him.
I'm sure you have.
Were y'all in your, is it your wife's car? The one that she was driving? Yeah.
Whew.
Is that, huh?
I'm gonna ask you, please forgive me.
No, you're fine.
But I'm just gonna have to stick back to my
Yeah, no, anytime. I'm just chit-chatting.
I know, dog.
It's just chit chat. It's just chit chat.
I don't have to say anything.
It's always just chit chat.
I just ain't being rude, but I'm just
No, you're not being rude. Yeah, no.
There we go.
Just chit-chatting.
Just chit chatting.
I really do.
It's never just chit chatting. Once you've read your rights, you just shut up. Don't say anything.
That's the best way to pass time, really.
Is to just chit chat. Yep.
Late. It is 2:11.
What?
Yes. It's late.
Dang.
It is late.
You've been in there for a while, boy. Gonna be a lot longer.
20 minutes.
You have.
I figured I think I'll probably be half asleep sitting in a chair out there if
I was in here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't asleep. I was just kind of always half asleep, and then you got this sharpening in here. It sounds like somebody sharpening a pencil.
Oh,
Goes
really?
on everybody. I don't know what it is.
Is it like a humming?
No, it's just like a. I can't remember now. Just a second. It'll happen.
Alright.
Okay, it's not gonna happen. But now I can't remember if it sounds like
Oh boy.
a 911 or
This one looks
I think it
complicated.
sounds like somebody
Alright,
sticking a
so we'll
pencil
set
in
him
one of
there.
those.
Oh, like the electric one?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the wall ones in a long time. Reminds me of middle school. When you make excuses, go sharpen your pencil.
That. Okay.
At least I did. You look at all the tests on your way up. Oh.
Through.
Those were the good days. The good days.
Dude, you are so screwed. Like, just...
Oh.
Awkward.
Have you rode with your daughter yet driving? She a good driver?
She don't like for me to ride in the car with her when she drives.
Oh no. Are you a critic?
I guess. I try not to be because she's a very good driver.
Oh yeah. Which car does she drive the most?
That one.
Oh yeah. How many cars do you have? A lot?
Let's see it.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, no.
Steering.
6, I think.
Oh my goodness.
6 cars.
How did you have a collection like that?
No,
Just
because Linda's wrecked them all.
oh.
That's why I just keep them.
With hopes of one day fixing them. My dad's a lot like that too.
Okay.
He'd keep
2 more of these.
the oldest junkers and think that he'd fix them, and then they just piled up. He'd end up like auctioning them or scrapping them or whatever he could.
Okay. Moving right along as I sing the song. Gonna keep building this car. That way we'll go far. Zoom, zoom, and vroom, vroom. Gonna get sued by a monster soon. DMCA strike. Wow. Yes.
That's the best way to be.
Meow.
I'm surprised she doesn't have one of those. No trucks out of the whole, all 6 of them?
There's 2 trucks.
But not ones you want her to drive.
Not really highway trucks.
Oh, gotcha. And these days, you gotta be careful with what you're driving. There's some crazy drivers in Northwest Arkansas.
Yeah.
Especially with the construction. On 49.
I can't believe coming home from work every morning. There's almost always a wreck, or more than one, or 2, more than 2 sometimes, right before Wagon Wheel Road.
Oh yeah.
On 49.
Yep. Or the Monroe
And
exit.
it's the same people that drive that every day.
No, and that's the part that surprises me. Is you would think people get used to that. They're still not smart about it at all.
No, I know.
At all. Do you have any cool cars other than a Honda Civic?
Forgive me again. I'm just.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm just curious.
You're good to talk to.
I didn't know
I got a headache and
you want me to see if I can find you something?
No, that's all right.
I'm sure I could. We got a pharmacy around here somewhere.
I'm just wondering what's
going on.
Well, if I'm going to be charged with something or.
Well, did something happen today?
That's what
Silly
I
cat.
want to know. Evidently, something did happen today.
What you tell me?
I'm silent. Or,
I know.
I need it.
I'd rather talk about cars
I know, me too.
So any cool cars other than that? Anything fancy?
I'm just, what do you call it? The paper again.
Yeah. Oh, great. We don't have to talk about cars. We can talk about something else. If that makes sense.
No, I just know. I'm just
man.
Do you want me to go away?
No, you're fine.
Well, I'm a talker.
You
so.
talk. You talk.
I talk.
Hey, you talk with.
It's not fun to talk to yourself. You gotta enjoy it.
Apollo, what are you doing?
No, I get it.
No.
I get it. If it makes you uncomfortable, we don't have to talk about that.
Well, I just feel
Alright, I need
No, I get
two
it.
of you.
I get it. I'm just trying to.
I want to apologize,
Two of you.
but I'm just going to stick to my rights. And
Why are you
means
here?
I haven't. Right.
I guess that's the main question. Why are you here?
Yeah, why are you here?
Do you have any idea?
Do you have any idea why you're here?
Why am I here?
Why am I here? I
Do you
don't
have
know.
Any idea why you're here?
I don't know why I'm here.
I will. Nobody's told me anything. Like
Nobody's told me anything. I'm so confused.
Deputy's car for a long time.
Yeah.
Nobody told me anything.
I just didn't know. Well, sometimes you gotta wonder if somebody has to tell you first. Like if you know something I don't.
What reason?
I know something you don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
That you're gonna go to jail.
Kind of the way you have to look at it sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. That's why, when Detective Chamberlain came in here, he wanted to talk to you about if you had, what you had done today, or if you had seen something happen, or witnessed something happen.
Putting it all together.
Like you said.
Front end.
Something happened today.
Something did happen
really
today.
Bad. And if you witnessed it, then it's something we need to talk about. Because people witnessed you. So, but I want to give you the chance to talk. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather hear
No, it's not your chance to
side
talk,
of the
it's your
story
chance to
versus
confess.
anything
So they
else.
can use so it'll make the prosecuting
To me,
attorney's job
everybody
easier.
deserves that right. Especially, you're a good guy.
Yeah, you're a good guy. What do you think the media will think of you? You want to get ahead of the media. Tell us your
I
side.
feel like everybody should have that chance.
Yeah, exactly. She's
So
trying to
there's
butter
some-
him up.
Especially if something bad happened. I would want somebody to give me that chance.
Yep, see right there. I would want somebody to give me my chance to tell my side.
know what that
That's what the
is.
court is for.
I mean, I worked with you. So, like, you helped me, have my back in a situation. So, it would be nice to understand from you, from your viewpoint.
From your viewpoint.
Why you hear what happened, or did you see something happen?
Dude, she's being clever.
Or
I'm
you
just
been
saying.
Put in a situation and kind of walk me through it. But that's your choice.
That's your choice.
Everybody has a choice. You have to be the one willing to put it out there.
She's manipulating him so hard.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like you've done this profession long enough. You know how things go.
Yep, he already knows.
You're a good guy.
No, he's not.
You're not a drug dealer. You're not a child molester. You're not.
Yeah, you're a good guy.
Anything like
This is the
what you
psychological
dealt
trick
with,
that they
what I
use.
dealt with.
You're not the...
But I
You're the
think
victim here.
you could've-
You know,
dealt
you're a
with
good person. You would
bad
never do
situation.
anything.
I just wanna know what happened.
People will take sympathy. You just have to tell us what happened.
I'm sure a lot of people are gonna want to know.
Exactly, right there.
Yeah.
That's the line. A lot of people are going to want to know
Especially your
answers.
family.
What is the public going to think? What will your family
Probably.
think? Tell your side.
I do.
You could tell us.
I want to help you. That's the bad part. I want to help you.
I want to
figure it
help
out.
you.
All I can do is sit here and say that I'll listen and work it out with you. Figure it out together. But you have to be willing to talk to me about it.
No, that's not how it works.
I'm a pretty real person.
No, you're not.
Pretty straightforward.
You're a robot. No, I'm just kidding.
I know
She's
it's
just trying to do her job.
uncomfortable.
He murdered someone. She's
I know
got to
it's
figure out.
uncomfortable and nerve-wracking sitting in a room by yourself with people that you've worked with in the past, knowing the situation, but like I said, I wasn't there.
Only
You're
you
the
were.
only one who can kind of fill in the blanks at this point.
Yep. And those blanks are not going to be filled in
Right.
very well. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Then we need one of you.
You don't have to talk to me, but
Yeah.
I'm willing to listen.
I know that.
We all make mistakes. We all get put in positions. We're all human.
Yep. There's the other
We
tactic
all
right there.
react a certain way. We all have emotions.
Let's see.
Sometimes we overreact.
He's going to
Sometimes
fall
we put
for
in
it.
situations we don't want to be put in.
Apollo, stop it.
Like I'd rather, have met you
Let's see.
again outside having coffee instead of seeing you for the second time in here.
Yeah.
But
But here we are.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think you just made a mistake today. Or somebody made a mistake today. And I think you know.
It was the other
what
guy's fault.
happened.
You're the victim here. Do it. Tell him he's the victim. Tell him he's the victim. I need to hear it. Tell him he's the victim.
I just want you to help me understand it. Because I really do. I want to understand what happened.
Tell him he's the victim.
I think you know what I'm talking about. And I think you know that some things are going to come out. And I want to be able to stand on your side and say, hey, this is what happened.
I'm on your side. No, they're not.
And he was upfront. He was honest. And he explained it. And he cooperated.
Does he need a lawyer?
Who?
The guy you're talking about. Me.
I honestly think you're the only one who can make that call.
Nope.
But I think
Suspension.
you're an honest man. I think you've been an honest man. I think.
That's good. I'm just gonna be quiet.
You be quiet, I'll keep talking. No, I'm serious. I think you're an honest man. I think you've done a lot of good in your life.
Oh man, I love this. This is so great. Some tier 1
All you've
Tier
done is
1
think you're all
manipulation.
helping others, just like I have.
God tier manipulation.
Now you've had something happen, and you're trying to figure it out, but how are you supposed to figure it out on your own? Like, why not let me help you figure it out?
Because you're not there to help him.
Help me understand what happened today, so I can help you. Before everything else comes out. So there's an explanation. Instead of it just looking bad.
Yep, there it is. Right there. There it is.
I don't want you to be portrayed like this horrible monster. If you made a mistake, you made a mistake.
What will the
You're no
public
different
think of
than
you?
anybody else.
You're
Everybody's
just a
human.
normal guy.
Trust me, I've made plenty of mistakes. in my
I've
life.
made mistakes too.
But
Okay.
I think you have a lot to live for. Beautiful family. Who I've had the privilege of talking to.
Your beautiful family. You got a beautiful family.
who they love. You love them very much and they love you. Your daughter looks a lot like you. She's a sweet.
She's a lot prettier.
She is very pretty. She's very pretty.
Let's see, how much longer of this interrogation is there? Oh, okay, we're at the end. There's only 15 minutes left.
The way I look at it is you're a man. Men face their mistakes and they own up to them.
Damn.
And
She's going for the man thing.
Figure out what happened and figure out how to solve it and move on.
Men own up to their mistakes. You're a man, aren't you? Yeah, of course I'm a man.
And I think you know just as well as I do people who can admit they've done something wrong or witnessed something wrong. It's kind of like a weight lifted off their chest.
There it is, yeah. That weight off your chest. Just let it out. You'll feel so much better.
Feel better.
Exactly. There. She even said it.
I'm listening. I'm just.
No, I understand. Like I said, I'm honestly here to help you.
I'm here to help you.
I wouldn't spend my time in here with you if I didn't honestly think that you were a good person and that something happened today that
There we go.
needs to be
Now she's coming together. All right.
Did you make a mistake today? You don't have to verbally answer
You can just nod.
if you don't want to.
Alright, so I need these. I need these. Oh.
Would you want your daughter to admit if she made a mistake?
Oh! Oh, here we go.
Because you're a good man and that's how you raised your daughter.
Damn.
My dad would expect me to do the same thing.
She's really going after him now.
And I honestly want to be there. Help your daughter understand. After you help me understand. I honestly feel like you want to talk to me and explain it.
How long are we gonna be here?
I don't know.
Very long. I know you're tired.
This is how they always do it. Ah, there we go. Got some steering on here.
I get it.
Are you guys gonna arrest me for something?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Can't answer that.
I can't answer that.
Did something happen today?
How long can you detain me?
72 hours, boy.
It's an ongoing investigation.
What does that mean?
It means there's still...
You're a former sheriff. You're supposed to know this.
And honestly...
Again, I apologize, but I'm just gonna close my eyes.
No, I get it. It's okay. Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out the holes. You know?
There's... there.
Maybe get some water.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I'm gonna get some water, okay?
No, that's all right.
No, I'm gonna go get some.
Oh, you're gonna get... I'm sorry.
Alright, I'll give it, I'm gonna go get some water.
Okay.
You want me to take your cup with me just in case you want? I can bring you some.
Yeah, that's fine. No, don't worry about it. I'm not being...
No, I don't mind. Hey, listen, I'm walking that way anyways. I'll get you some more. It might help you stay awake a little bit. Refresh you. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Oh, man. You are so shafted, and you know it. Oh, I love it. He's so done for. He knows he's done for. He knows it. side there. Oh well. Don't matter. Let's see. We need one of you. One of you. Two of the gray boys. Two gray boys. One of you. And butt trumpet. Sound off.
That scares me every time it does that.
I know.
I don't get it. Well, what was bad?
Error.
Yeah. What is bad is before.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't have to.
No, I know. Before this was not locked, and so people would go through that door, and like if you forgot to lock it before you started talking, like people would walk in on you all the time. But anyways.
What? I can't remember. What's her name?
Nakona?
Nicole.
Yeah.
Okay. But your last name?
Cordero.
Cordero. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Cordero.
Yeah.
Those are pretty neat names.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of people mess it up.
Did you say Nakona?
Nakona?
Was the first name?
Nakona.
Nakona.
What is that?
It's a mixture. There's Indians, and then it's a Western.
I think that's a food.
Yeah.
I mean, no offense.
No, it's a Western brand. It's a brand of a food,
Yeah.
though. My
That's
dad.
why I was going to go get some of.
My dad's country, so there's.
Well, that's neat.
Yeah. Listen, Grant. I think you were well aware of what happened today. I think you know why you're here. You're a smart guy. I think you know
No, he's not.
what happened today. And I just really
He's very much
want
not smart.
to talk and understand so I can get on your level and figure out what the
It's
next
never
step
about
is
that.
gonna be. And I feel like you are the type of man who can understand that.
Oh. I love the awkward silence. It's so good. Because this is just a battle right now of pure willpower. Who's gonna break first, right? Is it gonna be the young blood, or is it gonna be the old man? Who will crack? It's just so awkward silent.
Cordero. I like you. I like this fella that was a detective here. And I know y'all don't care about any of that and stuff. And I just don't know how to. I haven't had this happen before. Being brought in and interrogated for something. So I know you don't care, but I just don't know how to be silent.
I don't know how to be silent.
So sitting over here looking like a jerk.
No, you're not. Honestly, you were far from that. You're very polite.
Well, I'm just going to continue to rest my eyes. And
I'm just going to rest my eyes. Yeah, right. Now with the way your heart rate is
I
going.
appreciate you guys, and I'm just going to...
Oh yeah, baby.
No, I appreciate you being polite. It's kind of a nice alternative to what I've dealt with before. Kind of nice to talk to too. Makes time go by. Do you want to talk to me?
Can I get a lawyer? I don't feel like I need to.
It's up to you.
But obviously something's going on and I need one.
It's up to you. I just want to hear your side of it.
I want to get a lawyer.
Okay. I can't give you advice on that. You know that.
Let's see. Huh. You. One of you. One of you.
Once you're tired, I'm tired.
She's not gonna get tired anytime soon, bud. She gets to go home. You, on the other hand, get to stay.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get another drink of water. Walk around for a minute, wake up a little bit.
You know exactly what she's doing. I'm gonna go walk around. You get to stay here. Haha, sucker. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Ugh.
Listen. Here.
You're right.
Pencil sharp.
I definitely think it's more old school. Old school than the electric one. Okay. I can't talk to you anymore because you asked for a lawyer.
Awkward pause. Oh. The heck? How's it going? What can I help you with? Yeah. Okay.
What I do want you to know is if you change your mind, you know my name, you can always ask for me. Okay? But you have to be the one to read.
Sorry, I'm a little busy right now.
That.
But
Okay?
have a good one, man.
Alright. Can you stand up for me?
Wow. Sign on bonus. Amazon. Look at that. $1,000 bonus.
Placed under arrest for capital murder.
Ooh, capital murder. Nice. Oh, excuse me. That was a good fart. Okay, now, Where's my thing? I was just using. Oh, I put it up here.
Okay.
All right.
Right on, turn out for me when I walk out this way.
Okay.
Turn left when you get here. You just go right here. Right, just keep going straight. I'll go straight across. Yeah.
Man, I wanted him to confess. All right, I'm invested in this. I want to know more about this dude. All right, let's see if we can find any more on this guy. Let's see, what's his name? Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, let's see. Alright, so hold on. What's this guy? Alright, so there's a 1997 school teacher was raped and ripped and murdered. Can't say gamer words. And they thought it was a cop, but there was no evidence other than DNA, and it's 1997. We didn't have good DNA testing. The same DNA that resulted. Oh wait. All right. So then 20 years later, then 50, killed James Appleton. All right. Let's look up James Appleton. Okay, that name is pretty common. Whoa, okay. So this guy was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Wow! So this dude ripped and murdered a school teacher in 1997. Then 20 years later kills a dude. Wow! What? This dude had been fired 4 times from being a cop. Wow. Wow. Bruh, what on earth? This dude was a lunatic. That's incredible. What's this guy's name? Hardin. Wow. That's incredible. Huh. Jeez Louise. Alright. So this guy,
you had to do what you had to do and stand
Markeith
over
Lloyd,
off.
oh man, he had murdered his, okay, shouldn't use the M word. He game-ended his girlfriend who was pregnant, so they both died. He was on the run for a while, and then a female cop kind of like halfway spotted him ish. It was like somebody at the Walmart that said, "Hey, that dude's wanted for murder." So the female cop went to go, apprehend him, and he murdered the female cop, and then he went back on the run for a while, and then the police finally caught up to him, obviously, and they're interrogating him.
Okay? Don't try and say that was you were defending yourself. You willfully went in there and did what you did. You willfully went in there and killed her. You had all kinds of options.
Starting with the second she walked out the door trying to do her job, you had all kinds of options that did not involve doing what you did.
And the best option was for her to fall back.
It's really unfortunate because the female cop he murdered, she was...
At some point, the police gotta come at you.
Yeah.
So she falls back and she watches you, and other police officers come. You're wearing body armor and you got a 40 cal on you.
And they already coming.
And then what are you gonna do? You're gonna shoot more officers?
No, they could have wrote my.
How many officers would have been the appropriate number before you would have given up?
They could have wrote me off anyway.
And then what?
Yeah, they could have wrote me off anyway.
How many officers would it have taken to stop you? Since one is not enough.
They chased you.
You had that opportunity. You shot at the deputy. Okay? You took that opportunity. Every time someone fronts you, you go to gun.
And then y'all already made up stories and shit.
Well, you had.
What story is made up?
That I just went there and shot it up.
You've had 30-something days to come and tell your side of the story, but you chose not to. So don't talk to me about stories.
No, you shut the fuck up. My niece told y'all. And y'all not responsible for what the news people play, man. Y'all get the fuck out of here.
No, your niece told me 2 stories. That's why she ended up over there handcuffed and in jail. She told 2 different stories. So don't be confused. I clarified all your freaking doubts. I sat down and I talked to her. But you've had 30-something days to come and tell your story. You've had 30-something days to...
Sit down and talk to her and say what?
You could have prevented...
Sit down and talk to her and say what?
You could have prevented your niece from going to jail by coming in here the very next day and saying, hey, this is what happened. You didn't do that.
Because she ain't did shit. How the fucking motherfucker doing
They too. Yes, she did.
And I'm in Walmart trying to motherfucker...
Yes, she did. She went and got money for you.
And she went and got that money from my motherfucking door. That's my motherfucking check I worked for all week.
And brought it to you.
And I told him to give it to my motherfucking child. That was my motherfucking daughter. What the fuck y'all talking about?
Well, that's what she said. She got the money for you.
She ain't told you shit. I know damn well she ain't told you because she ain't brought me shit. That was for my motherfucking child and my motherfucking grandbaby. So y'all can kiss my ass with that bullshit. Anybody gave me shit. I gave away every motherfucking thing. Anybody gave me shit.
Ain't nobody gave you free food?
Nobody gave me shit.
Ain't nobody gave you free food?
Nobody gave me shit. I bought my own, got my own shit.
Well, you don't think that we're capable of, looking at your phone records, talking to people? You don't think that we went and talked to these people and they said, yeah, we talked to them. He asked for money. He asked for food. This is what...
I ain't asked nobody for no motherfucker. That's a motherfucking lie.
So they lied on you.
The motherfucker told people what the fuck was really going on. All the other shit you say.
So they lied on you. Tell us about, all right. It's just the people you're calling. We see, obviously, we're following your phones. This is why you're here. You're calling these people. We're following those phones. What's the conversation about? You leave Walmart. You just killed Sergeant Clayton. You leave Walmart, the first person you call. You're obviously looking for help. That person give you help?
Yeah, no help.
Why are you calling him?
I don't need no help. Tell people
Then what are you calling him? What are you telling him? When you call him, tell us about the phone conversation you had with him.
I don't need no help.
You damn sure needed help, and you damn sure reached out, and you damn sure called some people.
How I need the help? How I need the help?
Because you just killed a police officer, and you're trying to get out of the area.
I ain't need no help.
You did that all by yourself?
I ain't need no help.
Did you do it by yourself?
You seen it? There ain't nobody with me. I mean,
okay.
Nobody around me.
All right. Now, how did you get from point A to point B? Somebody have to give you a card. Did you steal a car to get from point A to point B?
You bailed from the VW. Where do you go from there? Up in the reserves. Where do you go from there?
Medical attention, brother.
Where do you go from in the reserves? Where do you go once you leave? Once you bail from the VW?
I need medical attention. I need medical attention.
Where do you go when you leave the VW, Marquis?
I can't open my fucking eyes. I don't know what my shit.
Did you stay in the apartments?
My shit could be fucking up right now. Y'all just got me sitting.
Did you stay in the apartments or did you go somewhere else?
Pull my damn pants.
There we go. All right. Now she's coming together. Steer, steer, baby. Steer, steer.
Sit down, Marquis. Sit down. Them pants ain't going anywhere. Sit down. Sit down. Where'd you go in the reserves?
Oh man, we ain't talking no more.
You jacked that? Why didn't you shoot that man? Was your gun out of ammunition? What happened?
You just killed that.
When you take that VW in the Highland Oaks, why didn't you shoot him? Why didn't you shoot the guy in Highland Oaks? Marquis.
Da da
You done talking? You done talking? You want your Band-Aid now?
You want your Band-Aid?
All right, Marquise.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you what, man. I thought you were a badass. I was gonna give you a little bit of respect, even though I don't usually give bad people respect. I was gonna give you a little respect because you beat me for 30-something days and I couldn't find you. I'm not a bad guy. Okay, I couldn't find you. But you know what I take from our talk today? I feel sorry for you, man. I kind of feel sorry for you. Not in the sense that I'm gonna fucking cry, that I'm gonna fucking, go to church and pray for you. Because I ain't gonna pray for you, man. I'm not. I haven't been to church in a long time, but from time to time I pray for people. I'm not gonna pray for you, man. You know what I'm gonna do, man? I'm gonna feel sorry for your fucking motherfucking ass. Because you killed Sade, that baby, you killed Sergeant Clan, and you ain't man enough to fucking take responsibility for it. So if the only thing that I can tell you today, right now, before I walk out, is that I thought I was gonna fucking give you a little bit of respect. Man, you lost the very little I have for you, man. And I know you don't give a fuck. Because you much rather people fear you than fucking respect you. Guess what? You're a rap. You're a fucking rap. You nothing. In the street, you're nothing anymore. You're nothing but a fucking sorry-ass story.
2036.
This is gonna be interview with Marquise Floyd in reference to Sade Dixon's and her unborn child's death. His interview was conducted at the Orlando Police Department headquarters. The time right now is gonna be
Open your eyes, Marquise.
8:39.
Open your eyes. That was a true angel right there you put down. It was a true angel you put down because you're a pointless little fucking dog. Okay? And my only regret is that you're breathing right now.
And that right there, that line, is why he got a reduced sentence because of the way that the police treated him.
I thought you were really gonna put up a fight.
I don't fear that fucking bitch.
You don't fear nothing.
You know what? Beat this case, meet me in the street. Beat the case. That's what you gotta do. Beat the case. Beat the case. Because there will be another fucking day. And you know what next time is gonna happen? It's not gonna be Sergeant Clinton. It's gonna be somebody like me.
You just rapping.
Yeah, I'm just rapping. You a fucking rap.
You had the opportunity to you had opportunities to do all the shit you talked about. You had all kinds of opportunities to talk about. And what'd you do? You crawled out on your hands and knees. You know what you are.
You'll get your bologna sandwich later. Pendejo.
There we go. Not bad. Okay. I'm only putting one of these on? Okay. Da 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 da. Oh wait, goes like this. All right, goes like this. And then, oh man. Okay. So let's see. These two line up right here. Holy free holy! Look at that! Look at that! Wow. Yeah, this thing's getting big. Oh man. Okay. Where do I put it? There, we'll set it over there for now. Okay. Oh, excuse me, another fart. Well, now I need another one of these. And another one of these. Nope, that one's too big. One of these. Okay. Then I need two of these and one of these. Okay, and then this slides in. Look at that! Man, she's really coming together. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. We got steering. We got thrust. And then we got a transmission.
Well, Keith, they're going to come here and take some photos of you in a few seconds, all right?
I think I'm missing a piece somewhere. Not sure. Let's see if I... There it goes. Alright.
Hey, Mr. Lawyer. We need to get some photographs of you. Okay. Look, are you going to stand up for me and I'll pull up your hands for you. Hang on.
Grab another 15er.
All right. Do me a favor, sir. Let me move this stuff. Oops, hang on. If you would, stand over here towards the corner. Okay. And turn around, and if you can face this way.
Look at that. Do one over here. Yeah, the whole Markeith Lloyd situation is just so tragic.
If you would. Hold on. I know. Okay. I did the injuries first, as he goes. Okay.
Oop, too far.
A hole where?
Good enough. Okay. Now we need to set this over here. One of
all
these.
we're doing now is documenting the injuries on you.
Ah, this is the steering wheel. Cute. Ah! Check it out. Itty bitty little steering wheel. Okay. Turn the steering wheel.
No, it doesn't look like it did. Okay.
Or you can turn it right here. It's cute.
Up in your
It's so cute. Ah! Man, this thing is awesome! Okay.
Alright, we're going to need to take the shirt off.
Need to
so
take
we
a
have to
bathroom
cut off
break.
The shirt, okay?
So we will pause this. We will be... You know what? I'll just leave it sit here for a minute. I'll be back in just a moment. Sorry for the delay. I shall return shortly. I'll put my headset down. All right, test. Now my microphone's working. All right. All right, let me get closer to the screen so I can read that. Sorry, I can't. Don't trust. All right, that's charging. Close. Yes, I know you're at low battery. Yeah, he didn't confess. So what ended up happening, if you're still there, Artsy, he had actually murdered a woman back in 1997. He had ripped her and game-ended her, and they suspected it was someone in law enforcement at the time because there was no evidence other than DNA, and all they had was DNA. And so this was way back in 97. Now, what ends up happening is he commits this murder 20 years later in 2017. Once he's in jail and, all that, he never admitted to why he murdered this dude that they brought him in there for. 2017, he's, booked and everything. They do a DNA sample, and then it matches in the database for the murder in 1997. So they go back to that and retry, or they convict him of that too. So the soonest he'll be out of prison is when he's 84. So yeah, that was that he had Dominique. Crap. All right, hold on. Hold on, girl. Give me a sec. All right, what's up? What's going on? Yes, Banker. Oh no, girl. Oh no, girl. Yeah. Yeah, he killed a woman back in 1997, but they never figured out who it was. No. I've been watching, I've been live streaming today. She probably beat him for it. What'd he say? Oh no. Dang. Oh. And she saw this message. Whew. Alright, sorry about that, Artsy. So, Jesse's wife got your number. What'd she say? What'd she say? Oh boy. Oh no. Yes. Yes. Dang. Well, honestly, you should just be fully to do her some justice, because Jesse is a piece of garbage. Why not? Oh, stop it. Why? Well, you shouldn't have continued to mess around with Jesse. And you tell her. You need to tell her that. You need to tell her that, and you need to tell. Well, that's not fair to her. Well, that's the point. You two are allies against him. I don't know why you're not taking her side in this, because Jesse lied to you first. Well, I mean, yeah, you're on your side, but still. I don't know, I just feel bad for her. That's all I'm saying. And if it were me in her shoes, I'd want to know. You know, you gotta imagine all the lying and gaslighting Jesse has done to her over the years, right? Yeah, so you need to reassure her and let her know that her suspicions and her feelings are correct. Jesse is a lying scumbag piece of garbage. He lied to you. Once you finally knew that, you know, oh, yeah, he's been lying to me the whole time, you stopped talking to him for that reason. Boom, she can't be mad at you. And she obviously isn't crazy because of the way that she, you know, sent her first message. You know, hey, can you just like let me know what's been going on? Because he's been lying to me. You know, it's not, you know, oh, I'm gonna come after you for sleeping with my husband. No, she was like, hey, can you just tell me what has been going on? Because all he does is lie. You got nothing to lose and everything to help her, right? What's she gonna do? Find out where you live? You'd be doing her a favor. You know this. Just text her and be like, yeah, he told me that he had just broken up, you know, he had just divorced his wife. No? You're not going to do anything? Why not? Man, I need to blow my nose. I need to find a tissue without thermal paste on it. Dude, you kind of owe it to her, to be honest. Yeah, you owe it to her. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if it's been over a year. She deserves to know the truth. And Jesse lied and manipulated both of you. I mean, he lied to you. He told you he was divorced. Two, three. Well, I mean, hey, if that's the road you want to go down, you know, all I'm saying is I mean, obviously, she deserves not Jesse, somebody better than him, and so she needs to have all of the evidence possible. What is she, what? Yeah, obviously for good reason. Alright, sticker time. Let's see, number 4. Sticker number 4. That's got to fit on there? Okay. That's not the right... Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. It's Jesse's. How do I figure out which one of these it is? Is it this one? It's got to be this one. Oh, okay. Man, they scuffed this one. Oh, well, it's getting covered by a sticker. I'm doing a live stream of my Formula 1 car that I've had for like a year that I haven't built yet. Who? Jessica? Who's Jessica again? So she crazy. What? Did you... Hello, Dominique? Okay. Heather's? And she broke? She want money? What? So she... Look at that. That's pretty slick. Like what? Like what is she like doing? Like Flocka or something? Oh yeah, no, that's redneck gamer fuel right there. I'm live streaming, so I can't say certain words. Yeah, well, she's getting all sorts of goofy on you with the illegal substances, then yeah. No. What? No, you don't do that in front of kids ever. Like, what on earth is she? Man, no, you just gotta block her. You just gotta block her. Good. Is she crazy? That is crazy. Let's see. Who is messaging Carl? Oh. Yeah, man, she's just mad that her white privilege isn't working for her anymore. What? Can I meet her parents? I want to meet her. Ugh. Oh man, this thing is coming together so pretty. Look at that. That's so slick, man. Well, yeah, no, she's just, I mean, that's just sad. You know, she's just mad at the decisions that she's made in her life, and she's trying to blame anyone but herself. I mean, obvious. Oh. For real. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, you told me about that. That's terrible. Oh man, that is terrible. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from that peg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sounds like it. Yeah, like honestly, you should call her. Like that shouldn't be a text message thing. You should just you should text her, "Hey, you know, uh can you call me in like 5 minutes or something?" You know, something like that. And you just got to be real with her. Tell her the truth. You know, you owe her that. Right? I mean, think about if that was Corey doing that to you, you know, wouldn't you want to know? Oh wait, he did do that to you. Right? Oh, 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 I know, I know. It hurts when I tell the truth, doesn't it? Well, am I wrong? Yeah, exactly. You're just mad that I'm right. Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? That's why you feel guilty, right? All right, good. Dude, you should feel bad. Sorry, but them's the breaks. This welcome to adulthood, right? No, nobody wants to be an adult. It's so much fun when you get to do all the, the drinking and the smoking and the screwing. But then you got consequences for your actions, and so you're like, oh, this isn't as much fun anymore. I know, you should feel bad. But you're doing the right thing. Tell her. Yeah, well, y'all drink some wine together, have a girl powwow, and talk about how psycho Jesse is and how much of a bad person he is. Right? And then you can have yourself a new token white friend at the end of it. You gotta replace Jessica now. Hey, and then now maybe this one doesn't have herpes. Oh, I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Who's army friend? Oh no, did he get the clap? Oh, because she cheated on him. Oh, dang. Ooh. Alright, so now you have to talk to her. I gotta know. I gotta know now. I gotta know. If you don't do this for me, I won't forgive you. You got me too invested in this story now. I gotta know what he's been lying to her with. So, alright. So Jesse's wife cheats on Jesse with Jesse's best friend from the army. So they go on hiatus. Jesse starts sleeping with you, doesn't tell her, and then now she is texting you a year later, be like, "Yo, what's up?" Yeah, oh man, this is good. You did this to yourself. I'm your best friend. And I'm here to laugh at the consequences of your actions. In a supportive way. Not a mocking way. Oh my god. Girl, you are amazing. That's all I gotta say, alright? Oh, jeez Louise. And do what? Flip his desk over? No, you'd be that girl, huh? I know, right? So much fun. There we go. Dude, I've been having so much fun building this thing. Like, these Chinese Lego kits are flippin' awesome. They did such a good job on this model. I'm honestly like, I'm just it's everything is perfect on it, and you get extra, and they give you extra pieces too. So, okay. Anyway, wow. Okay, well, have fun on your phone call with the scorned woman. Call me back when you're done. I want to hear every detail. But I'm gonna get back to my live stream. So, yeah, she'll call you. It's time to find out, right? You dipped in the crazy. This is what you get. I'm sorry, but it's true. I warned you. I literally warned you. What did you think was gonna happen? How long did it take you to stop talking to him? Oh, that doesn't matter. Hey folks, did you hear that? It doesn't matter. Oh, hold on. Archie's messaging me in chat. I gotta see what he's gonna say. Oh man. I love you, Dominique. Bye. Have fun. uh, I'm kind of a bad person for laughing at her, but I did tell her to. Oh, it's not gonna load there. All right, let me see what you said. Oh, buffering like crazy. Oh, okay. Let me figure out. Huh, let's see. I wonder why. Oh, that might be on your end. Let me Let me check my stream. That's not Twitch. I want Twitch. Nope. It's still going good on my end. Sorry, Artsy. That's your internet that's not working well. Okay. Sorry about that interruption. That is my best friend Dominique. She is a pocket full of sunshine, and she's incredibly good at making incredibly bad decisions, and I love her. She's great. She buys me food for driving her around places, so I think that's and she tells me amazing stories of how she screws up her life, in fun ways. Okay, so we're over here. Stream's still going good. All right, let's get back to Markeith. Let's see, photographs. Okay.
Medical shears.
They're taking photographs of him because they just
OFD has medical shears.
busted him up real good.
Are they here? But they're not in here anymore, are they?
Did you show this her or something?
Mike, let me see if I can find some.
Bam.
Okay.
One of these.
That's going to be a yes.
Let's see. I should probably sit closer to the camera, huh? Here, let's.
Okay. We're gonna get some medical shears to cut off to your shirt. You can have a seat if you want.
Okay. There we go. There. Yeah, where you guys get a little bit better view.
Or because of the injury?
No, because it's underneath his armpits.
Oh, okay.
We're going to call if he's transported SRT sometime.
Okay.
From the jail to
Yeah.
if he's transported.
Yeah,
We're going to
okay.
call OFD. You can make that happen.
Do it from.
Leona?
No, just step outside here.
Let me do something real quick.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd, are we cutting these off? These are regular scissors, so don't move, okay?
Okay, I just want to have my monitor up and running so I can make sure it's still looks good for you guys and for my future self, because I'm going to make a time lapse of this. Let's see, I think we can start bringing in some of our pieces from over here.
Okay, I need to cut off this. No, that's all closed. Okay, we'll get your shirt, but we need to document the injury that you had on your chest. When you get to jail, you're coming off anyway, so. But we will find something.
You want me to sit, Mike?
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. Now we can put this over here and keep on building. Yay! There. Hey, that's way more centered. Sweet. Okay. I need one of you and one of you. That's a weird angle to build this on.
Mr. Lloyd, do me a favor. Don't sway. I don't want to cut you with these scissors, alright? Appreciate it. Wait. No. Okay.
Grab a blue boy. That. And then I need a medium boy and a long boy, right? Long boy, medium boy. Perfect. And long boy goes on the bottom.
Okay. If you were to just stand up for me again. Oh, watch the floor, man. Slippery. Okay, move to your right a little bit. Okay, yeah. Okay, can you go to the side? No. Okay. Okay, spin around.
Oh, okay. Got this and this. round boy, I guess. Round boy, yes. That.
Okay.
No,
Sorry, just hang on a second there.
That. And that. And this. And this. Right. That. Ooh. Nice. And then this one, I'm going to assume.
Hold it there.
No.
No.
Look at that.
Yeah, hold it aside. There you go.
Bam. Okay. Man, look at how smooth that is underneath. Ah, it's beautiful. They did such a great job on this model. Okay. Oh boy. She's already calling back.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Call using iPhone.
Okay, if you want to face over that way.
That's weird. Call her back. Woman, why is your life always drama?
Do you have any other?
Pause that. All right. So what happened? What is? So what happened? Oh no. Oh no. So how did she gain access to his emails? Oh no. She got your number from the email. Dude. That's yikes. Oh no, so she's seen your boobies. She's seen your boobies. A lawyer. No, tell her, lawyer. Lawyer, lawyer, lawyer. She will make so much money the rest of her life. Yeah, tell her. Just text her right now. Just tell her. Lawyer. Okay, okay, alright. Yeah. Wow. Dominique. What? I told you to get away from it a long time ago. You were like, yeah, that red flag is only white colored in my rose tinted glasses. Ah. $20, $21. Okay. Oh. Dang. Dang. That's a tough one. Yeah, she needs a lawyer yesterday and to be downloading all those emails. Yeah. Messaging you. Yep. Well, yeah, you've tried. I mean, that is That's that's very true. That is a very you thing to do. Yeah. So what was her response to that? That's okay. That's not the best. Oh, I need to do that twice. Oh. I said oh. Just oh. Well, you definitely kind of owe no, you don't owe her. What it is, alright, so what it is when she has to take him to court later on, you know, if you want to help her, you'll just testify against Jesse. Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, in the future, though, is what I'm saying. Because, you know, for... Well, yeah, he's probably doing the whole game ending thing, potentially. Well, I mean, there's not much you can do now. It's cat's out of the bag. She's got your number. Literally. She's got your number literally and figuratively. Oh, man. You had to know that this day was going to come, right? Like, don't you want... You don't want... Well, apparently not long enough. Alright, well, here's some good things. A, she's not crazy, so she's not going to show up at your house and, like, cut you, alright? Do you think she's that crazy? According to Jesse. Who is a lying, manipulative sociopath. Haven't we covered this already? I thought we could... No. Oh, girl. Alright. Alright, send me the message. You should feel bad. That's called having, you know, human emotions, you sociopath. That's what I called him. Anyway. Alright, and I need number 10. Right here. Girl, you really, really should condense your life down to, like... You really should think about, you know, telling your life stories in 1-minute TikTok formats. You would get so much clout. She read everything. If she got your number out of them emails, she read literally everything. Yeah, because he's a psycho. I told you to get away from him. I tried to help you. You wouldn't listen. Right? Okay. I thought so. No. Oh man, dude, I'm having so much fun building this kit. Oh man, this is great. And now you got this anxiety BS. Deal with. I know. Like that. Alright, go lay down. Go drink some water. Alright. Well, that's only 8. That's 3 out of 8. You need to drink more. Long boy there, and anyway, yeah. Think of some nice things to say, and I don't know, girl. Like, anyway, good luck. Talk to you later. Bye. I'm a bad friend, but I did warn her to stay away from Jesse, and she was like, "Yeah, no, I'm good." And I was like, "Okay." Alright, turn that down. Take that out. Close that, and we'll go back to Marquis Lloyd.
Okay, because hang on a second.
Right here. Where's that long boy I just had?
That was
Oh, it's
probably
right here.
your brother?
No, they're gonna.
Alright, Mr. Lloyd. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on one second. Something in his ear. Bring it down. I'll do it. Alright, so. Try it to sway. Okay.
Try not to sway.
Mr. Lloyd, have a seat over here.
After they spent like an hour beating the crap out of him earlier.
Oh.
That's why he's all messed up.
Oh, the buckle?
The what?
Buckle handcuffs.
But I mean, he did put up a fight.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can you stand up just one last time?
When they went to arrest him. Like, he had body armor, he had guns.
To your left. Two
I gotta flip back over.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta stretch out my legs. I'm too old. I'm too fat and out of shape. Whew. Okay, let's get centered.
The hangers are tight?
Put that over there.
Let me take a look at it. Oh, okay.
I need some coffee.
I can stick a finger through. I know that feels tight, especially on that right hand. All right, have a seat for me there. Yeah, Mr. Lloyd, we need to get a buccal swab from you. That's your DNA, a swab from your mouth. Is that okay?
Okay. Well,
what's that?
I really appreciate you being here as much as you were able to be, Artsy. I think you're still here. It's hard for me to see my screen. My vision is terrible. Oh, okay. Let's see.
Standard.
There we go.
Oh.
Okay.
Webcam.
Yeah, it's a standard.
I'm sure you can do this.
But up. All right, let's keep going. Alright, so we need
That's not really. Okay.
2 of you and 2 of you. And you go.
Because it's touching on the camera.
Yeah, it's mixed now.
Here.
Just toss that.
Oop.
Go with your instinct, Doug. I knew what you were thinking too.
And then up. Up. Oh boy.
That's enough.
So we got these 2 tall boys. Oh. Okay. So they go together like this.
Huh? Yeah, you want?
Yeah.
Use it for something later.
That's 1 and 2.
Cool.
Let me go to SVU. I think we may have some biohazard tape in SVU.
And SVU?
I think so. Here, I'm going to read this so we won't even know. Yeah, 99%.
Ta-da. Just like that. And then...
Philip, can you tell we've had a little bit of a flood? We just need tape. We just need tape whenever we're ready.
There we go. Ta-da! And this goes right here. Bam! Oh, that's sexy. Oh man, that's just pretty. Alright, we need to add more pieces. So we need 2 of you. And 2 of you. And 2 of... 2 long. We need 2 of you. And we need... it gets easier as the pieces part count gets down. Alright. Da-da. Needs to be horizontal. Oh, what'd you say, Artsy? Oh, still the same. Oh, I did it wrong, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay, I did. I did it right. It's supposed to be sideways. Like that. And then we got spacers. Wham, bam, test cam. Ah. Uh-huh. I see, said the blind man. Take one of yous. Oh. Uh-huh. Dude, this is such a good design. I've been having so much fun building this. I mean, I've said this like 12 times already, but... Some of these are kind of tight-fitting. Alright, I gotta get up. Oh. Whew, definitely gonna have to go for a walk this afternoon with Doggo. Why are you being such a bugger? Come on. Oh. Oh. That one's a little tight. I should have spit on that one. Nope, bite the pillow, we're going in dry. Alright. Time for one of these boys. That's Twisty Dude. So we need to put you on. Oh man. Alright, let's find a different video to watch. I'm tired of Markeith. Or what are they? About to hop back in here? Medical assistance. Okay. Oh, biodiesel.
The price of diesel fuel these days. Biodiesel seems like a pretty
I love
good
Project
option,
Farm.
especially if I can
He's
do
awesome.
my own. So today we're going to do some testing on some biodiesel, and fortunately I found a small diesel engine that we'll be using for the testing. So let's get the testing underway. We'll first make biodiesel, and we'll compare biodiesel against diesel and several other alternative fuels. We'll see how well a diesel engine runs on diesel, biodiesel, vegetable oil, hydrodiesel, and even used motor oil. Then we'll compare the lubricating properties of biodiesel to diesel, as well as vegetable oil, used motor oil, and hydrodiesel. We'll test the biodiesel for corrosion resistance and resistance to gelling when exposed to cold temperatures. I just purchased this engine, so before we jump into making biodiesel, let's get this thing running. The governor assembly is on the front of the engine, and you can dial in the engine speed up to 3,000 RPM. It has a small mechanical injection pump that's near the bottom of the engine, a fuel line that runs from the injection pump to the injector, and a fuel return line from the injector to the fuel tank. Pushing down the compression release lever opens up the intake valve to release the compression. The exhaust is on the left side and the air intake is on the right. Let's see if we can get this thing running.
This goes on.
It really took quite a bit of effort to get this engine going since there was air in the fuel line. After cracking open the fuel line to remove the air, the engine fired right up.
Okay. Alright. I love Project Farm. 3 and 2.
Some people actually use vegetable oil or even use vegetable oil as a source of fuel in a diesel engine. We're going to try running the engine on vegetable oil, but we're also going to make biodiesel. I need to get the process started making the biodiesel since it takes about 24 hours for everything to settle out. To make the biodiesel, we need potassium hydroxide. We also need methanol. The yellow bottle of heat will work just fine. And then, of course, the vegetable oil.
That seems like a lot of
2 cups or 500 milliliters of vegetable oil. Potassium hydroxide serves as a catalyst that causes a chemical reaction with methanol and straight vegetable oil. I'm going to measure out 100 milliliters or just about a half cup of methanol. I'm going to measure out 3.5 grams of potassium hydroxide. Okay, we're right at 3.5 grams. I'm going to add the potassium hydroxide flakes to the methanol.
Like, you have to be a freaking chemist to do this.
I'm going to go ahead and heat the vegetable oil up to 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically, this process converts oil into biodiesel, and biodiesel has a lower flash point as well as lower viscosity compared to vegetable oil. The vegetable oil is right at 130 degrees Fahrenheit or 70 degrees Celsius. I'm going to go ahead and add the methanol, which has the potassium hydroxide in it. Now that we have all the ingredients in the same container, let's shake the contents for 5 minutes. You'll know when the chemical reaction occurs when the vegetable oil changes from yellow to orange.
Yeah, but you need like
it's been right at
a
5
paint
minutes.
shaker
So let's check
and
back on this in
potassium
24 hours.
hydroxide.
It's been right at 24
and
hours, and there's a distinct layer separating the biodiesel on top from the potassium hydroxide, methanol, and glycerol at the bottom.
Yeah.
The final step is to wash the biodiesel by misting the biodiesel with water. This process will help remove any traces of potassium hydroxide and methanol that's still held in suspension in the biodiesel. Alright, we're finished with the process and we have some biodiesel. This is my 1996 Dodge Ram, which has a mechanical injection pump. Back when this truck was built, diesel had 500 parts per million sulfur content. Injection pumps definitely need lubrication, and sulfur is an excellent lubricant. Unfortunately, modern diesel fuel only contains 15 parts per million. So the question is, will biodiesel and even hydrodiesel offer better lubricating properties compared to modern diesel fuel? In the next test, we'll add 40 milliliters of diesel into a test cup and then test the lubricity or the film strength of diesel. The lubricity of diesel is typically measured using a high-frequency reciprocating rig. Unfortunately, I don't have that piece of test equipment, but I do have this lubricity tester, which will provide us with some great information.
Good old
I'll go ahead and
lubricity
remove the weight from the tester since diesel has a much lower film strength than motor oil. The test will last right at 60 seconds. After the test, we'll compare the size of the wear scar in each bearing. There's quite a bit of friction with the diesel at 425 watts.
that is a lot of power consumption. That's a lot of friction.
That's a pretty large wear scar.
Yeah,
Let's test straight vegetable oil and see how it compares to diesel.
Just straight vegetable oil. Not the funky stuff that you made.
And the vegetable oil is off to a great start compared to the diesel. Just a few seconds into the test and it's down to 365 watts or about 60 watts lower than the diesel. So there's definitely a lot less friction compared to diesel. The size of the wear scar is a lot smaller with the vegetable oil. We'll take a closer look in a side-by-side later in the video. A big thank you to my friend Matt from the Warp Perception YouTube channel for sending me the hydrodiesel.
Yeah, hydrodiesel!
The hydrodiesel uses a process that forms a stable emulsion allowing water to mix with diesel. The fuel is also supposed to burn cleaner and offer better fuel efficiency.
Yeah. Dude, that stuff is awesome. So we need...
And the hydrodiesel appears to be performing slightly better than diesel at 410 watts compared to 425 for diesel. The wear scar in the bearing definitely looks a little bit smaller than diesel, and we'll compare them in a couple of minutes. I've had a lot of requests to test used motor oil as diesel fuel. This is some old 5W30 oil that has around 4,000 miles of use. To help improve the flash point and lower the viscosity, I've cut it with 1 part gasoline to 10 parts oil.
Dang. Used oil.
And the used motor oil and gasoline blend is performing almost as well as the vegetable oil at around 370 watts compared to 365 for vegetable oil.
2, 3, 4, fifth hole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And the used motor oil seems to have done nearly as well as the vegetable oil. Testing the biodiesel. It definitely has a much lower viscosity compared to vegetable oil. And the biodiesel seems to be performing better than the diesel and the hydrodiesel at around 405 watts. And the biodiesel seems to have a wear scar that's slightly smaller than diesel. So let's take a closer look. Diesel is on the left, hydrodiesel is in the middle, and biodiesel is on the right. And the hydrodiesel actually performed better than diesel with around a 5% smaller wear scar. Biodiesel did even better with a 21% smaller wear scar compared to diesel. Vegetable oil is on the left, and then used motor oil. Both used motor oil as well as vegetable oil provide better film strength than diesel, hydrodiesel, and even biodiesel. Modern diesels are pretty picky about the type of fuel they use, so I definitely don't recommend running straight
definitely not
vegetable
gonna
oil
run
or
that
use
in my
motor
Jetta.
oil in a modern diesel engine. It'll likely cause fuel system or engine issues over time. Before we run the diesel engine on all types of fuels, let's kick off the cold temperature test. The freezer is set very close to 0 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 18 degrees Celsius. We'll check back on this in several hours to see if they freeze. Let's kick off the corrosion resistance test next. I just finished sanding the test piece and cleaning it with brake parts cleaner. So I'll apply a thin coat of each product and spray down the test piece with hydrogen peroxide, vinegar, and salt, which is a very powerful corrosive. We'll check back on this in about 24 hours. I went ahead and disconnected the fuel line that travels from the fuel tank to the injection pump. I set up a separate fuel cell just so we can keep a better eye on the fuel. I'm going to add diesel to this fuel cell, and as the diesel runs down to the very bottom of the fuel cell and runs out, I'm going to go ahead and begin adding the other types of fuel. When I disconnected the fuel tank, air got into the fuel system, causing the smoke. So I'll give the engine a minute or so, and the air should work its way out of the fuel system. The air is out of the fuel system, and the smoke is cleared up. The diesel fuel in the fuel cell has been used up, and there's a small amount of fuel still in the fuel line. So let's see how the engine runs on biodiesel.
Bam.
It's been a couple of minutes since I added the biodiesel. So the diesel fuel that was in the fuel line is definitely used up, and the engine is running on biodiesel.
Crack the back.
Well, I don't know about rolling coal, but I think we should try rolling some French fries with this biodiesel.
French fries.
Man, this smoke smells much better than diesel smoke. Definitely hamburgers and French fries for dinner tonight. The biodiesel is used up. So let's see how the engine runs on hydrodiesel. It's been a few minutes and the engine is definitely running on hydrodiesel. Definitely quite a bit more smoke compared to diesel or biodiesel. In fairness to hydrodiesel though, it does have a lower viscosity than biodiesel, and that's probably a factor.
Yeah, biodiesel also runs at basically a higher compression as well.
Since the engine is smoking pretty badly, I'm going to add some diesel to see if we can clear up the smoke. It took around 3 minutes, but the smoke is cleared up and the engine is running on diesel. So let's test the engine out on straight vegetable oil. It's been nearly 4 minutes since I added the vegetable oil, and the engine is still running great.
Bam.
The engine seems to be running just as good on vegetable oil as it did on diesel and biodiesel. Great throttle response, and the amount of exhaust smoke seems about the same.
And where's the smoke?
Before we run the engine on used oil, I'll switch back over to diesel to get all the vegetable oil out of the fuel system. It's been about 10 minutes and the diesel is used up. So let's see how the engine runs on the used motor oil that has the gasoline blended into it. The engine also has great throttle response. And the diesel engine seems to be running great on used motor oil, much better than I thought it would. The exhaust does have a very light smoky haze to it. I'll add a little bit more used motor oil to see if it continues to run so well.
Yeah, it should run just fine on used motor oil. It's diesel. As long as it doesn't plug up an injector.
So the engine ran great on everything except for hydrodiesel. All these products have had plenty of time to freeze if they're going to freeze, so let's take a look at each one of these products one at a time. This is summer grade diesel and it just about reached cloud point. The vegetable oil has frozen, so vegetable oil definitely needs to be heated for use in sub-freezing temperature. Hydrodiesel.
Hydrodiesel shouldn't freeze.
Hydrodiesel did not freeze. Biodiesel. Unfortunately, the biodiesel did gel. Used motor oil with 10% gasoline. It's been nearly 24 hours and there's a lot of rust that's formed on the test set. I'm very surprised that hydrodiesel actually did the best. The second best was used motor oil, and finally vegetable oil was in third.
Wow,
the control
hydrodiesel
definitely has
did well.
the most rust. However, diesel as well as biodiesel are very close to having just about as much rust as the control. If you can find an affordable source of vegetable oil, making some biodiesel definitely seems like a good option, especially considering the price of fuel these days. However, making diesel for a car will definitely require a lot more equipment than just using a stovetop and a couple of pans.
Yeah,
All
no
the videos on
kidding.
this channel, including this one, are viewer suggested. So if you have a video idea, I hope you'll take time to leave a comment. Thanks so much for watching. Please take care, and I look forward to next time.
Oh, where'd that piece just go? Oh no. Okay, there it is. Ooh. Okay, this way, this way. Oh. Slide. Man, we're almost done. Oh boy. Alright, let's find another video. You know, let's watch Scott Manley. I love Scott Manley.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here, back with episode 6 of my viewer questions series, answering questions posed by supporters over at my Patreon. And we're going to get right down to business with Potato McGrills, who asks, I would love to know more about the computer aspects of a satellite, how much memory, processor speed, cooling needs, etc. Well, let me tell you, if you want to know about computers that flew on the Apollo program, I actually have some good videos about that I can link. But currently, if you're going to fly a spacecraft to space, you will generally put a hardened CPU in it. Although, nowadays there are actually plenty of people putting regular CPUs up there. But, you know, the subject of radiation hardening CPUs and other electronics is quite a large field. One of the things you'll find is they'll use things like silicon on insulator and silicon on sapphire technologies. They will use larger feature sizes because they're typically many, many years behind, and also because large features, gate structures on the chip make them more secure against ionizing radiation, right? You know, the amount of radiation or the energy in each particle isn't generally changing over time, but if you're shrinking your features down, they're getting more and more vulnerable because the amount of energy that they're working with is getting smaller. So, for example, the compute unit at the core of the Perseverance rover is based on this DAC. What is it? It's basically based on a PowerPC processor, but it's a specially radiation hardened one. It's roughly the same to the processor that was in the very first iMac back in like 1997.
Yeah.
Its feature size is about 200 nanometers. For comparison, my latest MacBook with the M1 has a 5 nanometer feature size, which means
200
in the same space that you could fit one gate on this processor that's on Mars, you could fit like many wait a second, 1600, right? Because it's 400 by 4. It's lots. It's massive density increase, but that makes it much more vulnerable to radiation coming down. You'll do things like change out the RAM designs. Modern computers, they will use RAM, which stores data in little tiny capacitors, little bundles of charge. But that's actually much more susceptible to radiation coming in and changing that.
Yeah,
because
bit
they literally
flips
can bring in charge with them or knock them out of the substrate.
Yep.
So it's actually common to see spacecraft using SRAM instead. That's where they have a bunch of gates sort of interconnected to regulate each other and store things either as
kind of like self-correcting.
Anyway, look, that's a whole massive thing.
Yeah, it is.
It is worth noting, on Mars, the Ingenuity helicopter, it's built from an off-the-shelf drone platform. Therefore, it's actually using an ARM processor, which is close to that which you would find in a phone. And they can sort of get away with that because Mars is a less dangerous environment in terms of radiation. It's still higher than the Earth, but it's not like deep space. Okay, question. Stephen O'Leary asks, on a Mars mission, what are possible fuels? If liquid oxygen is used, how will it be kept cold and liquid? Well, okay, on Earth, we keep liquid oxygen cold and liquid by having insulation to stop the air getting in and condensing. On Mars, that's actually slightly easier because there's a lot less atmosphere getting in. But, as you go further away from the sun in general, the temperature drops. And you can actually build a passively cooled system that is good pretty close to the sun if you are in deep space, because sure, one side is fully exposed to the massive heat of the sun, but the other side is exposed to deep space where the average temperature is 2.7 Kelvin. So you just need to make sure that you emit most of your heat off towards deep space and try and minimize the amount you absorb from the sun. And you can sort of get away with that on Mars. It might be that you need to have some sort of active regenerative cooling system that anything that vaporizes gets cooled back down. But I don't think it's that hard. Mars is a lot easier than you would imagine on this front. So yeah, for Mars, the fuel of choices are liquid oxygen and methane, because you can make methane from the carbon dioxide, and if you can find some water, you can get hydrogen to make methane. If you can't find water, by the way, you can either bring your own hydrogen, such as Robert Zubrin suggested, or you could try building something called a carbon monoxide oxygen rocket, and that's where you just take the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, take off an oxygen, and you can actually burn those later. The problem is the ignition in test systems has been pretty rough. That is a problem that would probably be solved if it was necessary. Okay. We have two people that both asked at the same time about Lagrange points. Andrea Sperini asked, I've always been fascinated by Lagrange orbits, and what is the lunch profile for such destinations?
Yeah, Lagrange points are really useful. They're like rest stops.
Stephen H, again, Lagrange points and related gravity phenomena. What are they all about? So, most orbits that we talk about, we're treating the Sun or the Earth as the center of mass, and we just approximate a single orbit around that with no other effects. But if you have two objects orbiting each other that are massive, then you can't do that once you get sort of to halfway distances. There are points basically between the Earth and the Moon where the orbit isn't sufficiently stable for long-term use. Like geostationary is probably okay, but the problem with geostationary orbit is it gets bent upwards due to the effect of the Sun and the Moon. So anyway, Lagrange points are 3 points where the rotation of the system, the gravity of the objects all cancel out, and the object can sit there more or less without any thrust or whatever being applied. These are called Lagrange points, and they're called L1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. L1 is the point between the two objects where the gravity balances out. L2 and L3 are on either side of the two objects. So like, if you look at the Earth, L1 is the point between the Earth and the Sun where gravity balances out. L2 is the point on the far side of the Earth where the gravity all balances out. And L3 is the point on the far side of the Sun, almost identical, where you can put an object and it is too also sort of balanced there. And then there's two other points called L4 and L5, and these are points that form an equilateral triangle with the two massive bodies. And the one we use all the time are L1 and L2. We put scientific spacecraft in L1 and to study the Sun, right? So if you want to study the Sun, you put it between the Sun and the Earth so it never gets eclipsed. And we have things like SOHO, Discover, and all the other solar observation spacecraft. And by the same token, if you put space telescopes out at L2 on the far side of the Earth, things like James Webb Space Telescope is going to be there. They have
I'm confused, but
unblocked view of the sky continuously, and they're kept close to the Earth so they can be controlled. Yeah, so that's what those are all about, but I should probably spend some time about looking at that. AMK. Hi, Scott. I just came across the story of 2020 SO asteroid that turned out to be a Centaur rocket from the 60s. Now that we're sending it to Mars again, it's a good opportunity to talk about what happens to the stuff we send out of Earth orbit. Will any of it come back to Earth? And the answer is yes. Lots of things that will be sent out into deep space have the potential to eventually come back, but space is really big, so generally they don't come back very often. Anything you're sending out to Mars is highly unlikely to come close to the Earth. And in fact, it's interesting if you're sending like a Perseverance to Mars, the Centaur upper stage that boosted it out that way, after it was dropped off, it actually performs another maneuver to make sure it avoided Mars, because they don't want any of these stages approaching Mars. But equally, it's not coming back to Earth anytime soon. So things like 2020 SO, that I believe is one of the Surveyor spacecraft, which was a lander that landed
we're getting 167 pages.
Now,
we've gotten
that meant that it wasn't going that much faster. In fact, I believe, it wasn't originally. It was in an Earth-Moon orbit, highly eccentric one.
1x.
And the Moon, its gravity kicked this thing off out into space, but it wasn't moving very fast. So it had spent a lot more time near the Earth, and periodically can come back.
One of you.
Another example is J00203, which was the third stage. See this one up here, of Apollo 12 that also swung by the Moon off into deep space and came back, and they found this asteroid and were worried it would hit the Earth, and they looked at the spectra and said, that looks a lot like titanium dioxide paint, which is the white paint, or maybe it's titanium oxide. Yeah, it's actually, there's quite a few bits and pieces in Earth, or the vicinity of the Earth, that are starting to turn up in asteroid surveys, and none of them pose any threats. There's nothing
they're
big
tiny
enough
rocket
out there
ship
to
parts.
worry about.
They'd
But hey,
evaporate.
there was a fun story on Twitter that, like, Zach Wienersmith, who, he does the Saturday morning breakfast, I forget what it is.
Excuse me.
He proposed, like, a fun movie plot where the entire world's gut bacteria gets wiped out and humanity is suffering major digestive issues. We have to go out into space and find poop from the astronauts that went to the moon. And I took that to the next level and said, how about Neil Armstrong brought back a moon plague that eventually, 50 years later, it all kills in. There's a catastrophic collapse of our gut microbes. And the only place is the people that never went to the moon. Apollo 10, they left their command module, Snoopy, and it ended up going out into deep space. Out there, there's some deep frozen astronaut poop, which has never been exposed to the moon vaccine or whatever, moon disease.
The moon disease.
So yes, Snoopy is the one that I would like to find, not for the poop, just because it's a cool thing. It's the only flown lunar module that hasn't been destroyed. Oh, wow. Sorry, major diversion there, but that's what you're watching this for, right? Robert B. How about a video on us launch ascent profiles? What would the different craft use? If I would different craft use a different one, how do they work in different planets and atmosphere? Well, this is all kind of a boring subject, to be honest, but no. Right, so launch profiles, they're all about maximizing your efficiency getting from surface of the planet to your target orbit. And there are a lot of things to take account of. If depending upon how much thrust you have on each stage, if you have a low thrust second stage, such as the Centaur on the Atlas here, then you might have to take off in a steep trajectory so that the Atlas is moving upwards fast enough so that in the time that it takes to accelerate to its target orbit, it has enough time to do that. Falcon 9, on the other hand, it can fly a much more depressed trajectory closer to the Earth because its second stage accelerates much faster. And this difference, actually, the low thrust on the Centaur, was one of the reasons why NASA in 2005 basically said, oh, we're going to build Constellation instead of just putting crew capsules on top of these rockets that are already flying. And this was largely a political play because the politicians wanted to have an excuse to fund the existing shuttle suppliers. But there's a paper called Black Zones or whatever. It's basically there was a study that claimed that the black zones, the points at which the abort could happen on the Atlas, there were too many places where it would threaten the crew because they would be high up from this lofted trajectory. And if they didn't...
Yes. What's wrong now? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what? Why did you say that? Wow. That's terrible. She called you a sex worker. So you tell her, yeah, I still love your husband. You're a terrible person. Now she is gonna come game end you. Oh God, what she texted you? Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. So what? So she called you a whore. You told her that you still love her husband, and what happened next? Girl. Oh. I know you are. You are trying to be nice, but you gotta understand she's upset. I mean that's true. She did start it with sleeping with his best friend. That is pretty messed up. Not gonna lie. Okay. Okay, I need 2 of these, and yes, oh, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. There they are. Okay. Do 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 do. Yep. This is 1,000-piece. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing a live stream of it. I've been streaming on Twitch the whole time. It's been I don't know, there's a counter on my screen, but I can't read it. It's too far away. Okay, so now no, they can't. Nobody can. Oh, these are supposed to swing out. Oh man, I'm dumb. Okay. So these go out like this. Right? Who did? They ate your steak? Why would they do that? Oh man, I'm lowering the hood on my Formula 1 car I just finished building. Oh, it's not finished yet. I still got a few more pieces, but click. Oh man, this thing is so friggin' rad. Oh man, I can't wait to finish building this, and then I'm gonna make a high-speed version of it so you can see me like construct it super duper quick. Man, that sucks. Well, let's see. I gotta take Miles into work at 4. Do you want to go to Costco or something? Okay. Where's the... Ah, my knee. Oh. Oh, there it is. Clean or something? Oh, okay. Well, now you'll be able to get those kids back for eating your steak. No mercy. Oh no, Turkish cool. Ew, that's gross. Let's see. My name's Jason Allen Smith. My social security number. How do I get myself into these situations? She says. Without a single ounce of self-awareness. Girl, what am I gonna do with you? Oh, well. Alright. Well, have fun dealing with your, what's her name, Heather? Yeah, with your Heather meltdown. Ugh. Okay. That'll be funny. I'm excited. Alright. Bye. Oh, stretch my legs. Okay. Let's go back to Scott.
Light the engine, or if the engine only worked part of the way, they would fall very steeply down through the atmosphere and experience very high G-forces. As it turned out, that was a bunch of politics mainly, and it was very capable.
Aw, that's
Atlas
cute.
was more than capable of doing this
You can grab one of the magnets off the fridge out the back there
when
and just
Starliner
super
launches on
glue
an
it.
Atlas V, it has a dual engine Centaur so that they have extra thrust and also they have a backup engine if necessary. So they can handle all this. Yeah, there's other things like if you go too low as well, then you will find that you're actually, you're getting much more aerodynamic resistance, and max Q happens at a higher altitude and you're going faster.
And then this goes on
and so you'll find spacecraft where they have a lot of thrust early on. They will sometimes fire the engine and then just do nothing until they fire the second engine because they're too low in the atmosphere after burnout of the first stage. And an example of that actually is the very first satellite launched by the US, Explorer 1, which launched on a Redstone rocket, which boosted it up to this sort of arc trajectory. And then 30 seconds before they hit apogee, they started firing their last 3 stages to put them into orbit. Yeah, I think it's hard to really generalize about all these things, but sure, lots of things to talk about there. Yaroslav Gurikin. Love this new format, Scott. Do you have a favourite non-traditional fuel oxidizer pair? Kerosene LOX is great and LH2 LOX is awesome, but they are boring. I'm going to say one of the ones I find interesting is Syntin LOX. So Syntin was a synthetic petroleum. It was a replacement for kerosene that Russia came up with, or the Soviet Union. And this actually gave them slightly more performance than standard RP1. It basically was a way to buy more performance for their R7, their Soyuz, right? That's it sitting next to my Saturn V. It's 3D printed. And I think they're actually pretty much to scale. I think that's kind of cool because it just shows you that chemistry can do neat stuff. There are I've seen some interesting things that chemists have done where they've built stressed structures where, for example, they folded the carbon atoms into a cubic shape, and because these are sort of springs, when they break, they actually release more energy than you would normally get from these chemicals. But yeah, what else? Well, if you want to hear something ridiculous, there's a FUF and diethyl mercury, or dimethyl mercury. They're basically the really toxic one. FUF is fluorine, oxygen, oxygen, fluorine. It just gives you hugely more powerful oxidizer by making both the oxygen and the fluorine want to leave. And diethyl mercury, or whatever. Yeah, incredibly toxic to the point of drops of that stuff getting on your skin will kill you, right? Slowly, over many years.
Got it.
And that came up...
I'm not sure.
It came up because I was reading a story. It was a short story by Charlie Strauss, right? He wrote Singularity Sky and the Laundry Files. And it was basically sort of like... The story was that the US had decided that these fuels were so dangerous that they should pretend that there was a program to use these for missiles and there was a special additive, and then leak this to the adversaries in the hopes that they would kill their scientists by working with this hideously toxic material and this oxidizer that would just explode. Look it up somewhere. Just look up for FUF and Charles Strauss. Anyway, Omar Merling. I think this is probably the last one for today, or maybe not. Beyond Mars, and with colonizing Earth and our moon in mind, which would be the next best planet or moon in our system to place a human presence on?
No, it's my GoPro.
Do we have any technologies that would make gas giants candidates?
I wanted the wide angle.
I'm going to say that I don't think gas giants will ever be candidates for habitation. Jupiter, for example, the gravity is much higher.
There we go.
And you might think, well, it's just gas. Let's put big balloons in there. You know what? Jupiter is hydrogen. So you can't really have a lighter than hydrogen gas. You have to heat it. And that's basically a giant hot air balloon that's relying on energy coming in. I don't see that being viable. I see that you might be able to put a space probe in there and have it fly around for a bit. But also Jupiter's atmosphere is big. And if you're moving at the speed of an airship, you're not going to see very much. You're not going to go very fast. All the same, would be cool to do. Saturn's kind of in the same boat, but its density is even lower, although its atmosphere there's less gravity. Anyway, the place I would go if I was going to build a colony, and sure, or say colony, if I was going to send people to live in a place long term and do science, Titan.
Yeah.
Titan
Titan's
is
the way to
great.
go.
It has a thick atmosphere. You don't need a proper pressure suit. You just need to keep warm and give yourself a face mask.
Yeah, Titan you can actually
all the
like.
materials you need to perform ISRU. It has hydrocarbons and it has ice, so you can extract water. You can create rocket fuel from the surface. The big thing it doesn't have is huge amounts of solar energy. So you can
it's
get
pretty
a little,
dim out
but
there.
like the clouds of Titan block what little solar radiation there is, and because it's like 9 AU from the sun, you're getting 100 times less solar power at that distance before you even account for the clouds. So it'd be a nuclear powered station of some sort, but I'm sure there's a lot to find out on Titan.
Yeah, Titan would be
love
awesome
to explore there.
human
also, the thing I like
into
about
deeper
Titan is the atmosphere is so
solar
thin
system
that
space.
you could probably fly pretty much using human power with great ease. So you could skip around that surface with big wings flapping or whatever.
Really?
Exploding. You could have,
That'd be cool.
Flying
You could literally
packs.
just fly.
Wouldn't that be great? Oh man. Yeah, Titan I think is a really good option. There are other ones that you might want to check out. I mean, the atmosphere is really important because it protects you against radiation. So you can look at things like Enceladus and say, well, that's really interesting because there's oceans there, but it's higher radiation environment on the surface because there's no atmosphere. So yes, I think that's enough for today. We're getting towards the end of the first post. Would love to. We're gonna have to start getting to the later post, but thanks for everyone for asking questions. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
Oh man, earlier Apollo was just all up in my business, wanting attention. It was so cute. Bam. Alright, gotta do this again. Oh, I love you, Scott Manley. Alright, let's watch
There
Hoovie.
it is.
I love Hoovie.
An actual SR McLaren.
That's right. That's right. In the flesh.
Rasco.
Flesh is one word to use with this car, I guess, huh? They got the seat covered.
They do, yes.
That's
yes.
probably by your request. So you've already got the full estimate on this thing?
Yes. And so I sent it here for an A service, which is more than an A service on a CL or something like that. It was just over $2,000.
Ah.
And then they sent me an estimate for all the things.
All the things.
With tax, $34,565.
$34,000.
Wow.
And the rotors would be another $20,000 if you had to do that, but you don't. Oh my.
Welcome to Hoovie's Garage, the dumbest automotive channel in
Are you
all of YouTube.
bullying
Today
the
is a
kiddies,
very
Rasco?
exciting day because we have just wrapped the latest car trek, which is sponsored by Auto Tempest. The best way to search for a used car, all the major listing sites in one search. And you searching on Auto Tempest, link below, actually makes Car Trek possible. We're able to do so many amazing things with our dream cars. But now that we're finished, I was very excited to line up my SLS with Ed Bollion's SLR McLaren. But as you can see, there's no SLR McLaren here for the same reason why I didn't buy one of those and instead got the SLS.
Broken.
So for the purpose of today's video, let's just pretend that the 300 TD is an SLR McLaren, and we'll actually go see a real SLR McLaren with a very famous ownership history here in a little bit. But my SLS AMG is a 2011 6.2 liter V8, even though it has a 6.3 badge, 563 horsepower, beautiful gull-wing doors. This was the first Mercedes built by AMG, designed from the ground up. Before the SLS, AMG was always transforming existing vehicles. Back when they were an independent tuning company, or after when they were acquired by Mercedes, this was the very first car that AMG got to design on their own, engineer from the ground up, and it is incredibly special. The SLR McLaren, on the other hand, well, it was designed in partnership with McLaren, the legendary racing brand that had just come off of making the F1. And the McLaren SLR was built in England, had a 5.4 liter supercharged V8, putting out 617
McLaren loves their V8s.
with a normal automatic gearbox. Crazy cool bihedral folding doors, just an incredible, amazing piece of engineering, but it's also a big piece of, well, you know. Now, back when I bought this SLS a year ago, I was agonizing over whether I should get this or an SLR McLaren, and I consulted my friends Freddie Tavares Hernandez and Ed Bollion on which one. I was actually discouraged from buying the SLR McLaren because of, well, several reasons. Number one, the maintenance costs are ridiculously high. They're also not the most reliable cars, and selling
it's
them
made by
is
McLaren.
very difficult, apparently. They sit for sale for a long time. So that's the reason why I went with the
Because
SLS.
it's a McLaren.
It's much easier to find, much more affordable to keep running, unless the transmission goes. This one has a rear-mounted dual-clutch transmission that, $30,000 when it blows up.
Yeah.
Fuel change is important in the right place, too. Anyway, a much better performing car and looking car, in my opinion, and of course it pays homage to the legendary Gullwing 300 SL, which is my ultimate dream car. So I make the decision, I buy this car instead of the SLR McLaren, and then just recently, within the last few months, I see the perfect SLR McLaren coming up for sale on a dealer wholesale website.
One of these.
Formerly owned by Paris Hilton, the iconic one where you see the three of them, Lindsay Lohan, Britney Spears, and Paris Hilton, riding off from the club 15 years ago in it. The one Paris Hilton got her DUI in and was later repossessed, coming up for sale at a dealer auction. I thought it was so cool. I shared it with Ed and Freddie in our group chat. And the next day I was watching the auction, planning to make this video talking about that car and why I didn't buy it and favored the SLS. And I look at the bidding, and I see Switch Cars bidding, which is Doug. That is a guy who is friends with Ed, that has appeared in numerous VinWiki videos. And I see he wins the SLR McLaren for $180,000.
Wow.
And I'm very, very surprised. So I message Ed, what's up with this? And, well, he bought it. The night before, I'd sent him this link, and the next day, he'd impulsively bought Paris Hilton's SLR McLaren. I was very jealous, also very excited for him, but I knew then I would get the opportunity to review both cars side by side like I wanted to do right now. But then the unthinkable happened. The SLR is not available, and Ed, well, come here. Why can't I not drive an SLR McLaren today?
Because
it's broken.
An A service turned into a bit more.
Oh. So I guess instead of reviewing the SLR McLaren side by side with the SLS, we can just head to the Mercedes dealer, see it up on the lift, do and everything's wrong, I suppose?
I suppose that's much more your brand than mine, so yes, by all means, we can go and see how it is.
I drove one 15 years ago, so it's been that long. I sat in Jay Leno's, but it's been a long time. I really wanted to experience it, but I guess I'll take what I can get.
Maybe I'll bring it to Kansas one day.
That sounds good. Well, shall we?
Let's do it.
Dude, it's coming together.
Well, an SLR would be nice right now, but I am pretty happy with what I have.
I think you should be. I mean, I think this is a car that you could own forever without knowing that it was going to horrify you with some terrible maintenance experience, you know?
Yes.
I think it suits you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just think the way that you know, there's sometimes you get out of a car and it feels like Tyler should have gotten out of that car, and then there's sometimes where Tavares gets out of a DBS and you just think, what?
So an SLR McLaren suits you?
I don't know about that, to be honest.
It's so odd because I've never seen you impulsively buy something
$100,000.
Like you had to have it. Obviously,
yeah.
You're not a Paris Hilton super fan.
No.
She's the original social media influencer that created what we do.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
No, not at all. And nor am I a Britney Spears or Lindsay Lohan super fan. I've always kind of wanted an SLR. I love supercars in the mid-2000s. It was certainly the time when I wanted to own them all, and I liked looking like I won the lottery about then. But I wasn't just immediately wowed by it. I just knew that given the way it was presented in the auction that you sent me, that it wasn't going to bring the moon. Mm-hmm. And if it didn't, then I felt like there was minimal exposure. Now,
and 20.
That may not be true.
Yeah, you talked me out of an SLR McLaren for the exact same reason why we were going to your SLR McLaren right now.
Correct, yes. And I will say, and I think you might agree once you spend more time in it, which hopefully we can do before too terribly long, it's a little more special.
No, but it shouldn't be using that much.
Than this. I mean, the roof line and the doors of this are super duper awesome.
Flip this over.
But below the waistline, it's an SL. Yeah, it feels like a car you
I'm almost done.
Whenever you want to. And I don't feel that way about the SLR.
Yeah, this is nice to go to dealership and get an estimate on a car that's not mine, so this is actually quite relaxing for me. I'm looking forward to this.
That's not been my experience this week. I mean, I took it for an oil change.
There it is.
Yes.
An actual SR McLaren.
That's right. That's right. In the flesh.
That's just
wow,
one word
that's
to use
pretty.
with this car, I guess, huh?
Dang.
They got the seat covered.
That is really pretty.
That's probably by your request.
Well, actually, I dropped it off at the Mercedes dealer that's north of me that I usually use, that prep the CO for Cannonball and all the other things, and they told me that they were SLR qualified, and then they decided they weren't, and so they shipped it to the southern location. That's where we are now.
It's been over 10 years since I've driven one. It's not bad.
No, it's not.
Maybe a little more cramped than my car, but still.
It is,
usable.
yeah, and the one-piece seats are a little bit of a compromise, but I fitted it pretty well. No, they came in, obviously, sizes, the seats. These are mediums, ordered new by Paris Hilton.
Very nice.
Yes.
The same critique on my SLS is the same here with the generic radio and climate controls, the shifter.
Yep.
Of course, the slush box. What do you think of the slush box?
Well, I like it because with all aging supercars, the biggest fear in general is catastrophic transmission failure.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things about this car is you don't have to worry about that. They're everywhere and they don't break.
Yeah. Push button start there.
Wait, how does this?
Gauges. I think you're right. I think it just does feel a little more special than an SLS.
But it comes with some drawbacks.
I suppose, yes. That's why it's here.
Exactly.
Let's go to the hood. All right, bye. Famous seat where things happened. Lindsay Lohan.
There it is.
Britney Spears, Paris Hilton, in this car.
Just
amazing. The doors, they're not gold wings, but they are very, very cool.
It's very clear throughout the car that McLaren had certain things they cared about doing and a lot of things they didn't care about doing. Obviously, the engine, a lot of the electronics.
Getting there. All right.
They don't care.
1, 2.
They wanted to build a tub, they wanted to build a chassis, they wanted to build a car, and do some of the design work while keeping it obviously within the Mercedes language.
But kind of like the SLS, the engine way behind the front wheels is basically mid-engine, but this nose, my nose is long. This is very, very long, and the hood hinges look a little wonky.
They do, and they're currently very, very weak. So one thing it's here for is strut replacement. And the other problem is, due to the way that it opens, somebody must have slammed it down at some point when it's changed hands. In the 2,000 miles it's accumulated over the last 10 years, they broke it over here. There's tracks that these casters land in.
Mm-hmm.
So you open it forward a little bit, and then you pull it out and you lift from here. So this has been fabricated by the nice man to save me $3,500.
Oh, so you've already got the full estimate on this thing?
Yes.
Hmm.
And so I sent it here for an A service, which is more than an A service on a CL or something like that. It was just over $2,000. And then they sent me an estimate for all the things.
All the things. I'm looking forward to seeing a list of this because it'll reassure me of what I did, because you told me not to buy one of these and then you go and buy it and I get frustrated with you. But
well, you can't not buy this one.
You're right. So
you can't not buy this one.
Piece of paper. What's the damage? These turbine wheels are so cool too, and the gills.
And the early ceramic brakes. I mean, it's such an artifact of the mid-2000s, not just because of the pop culture influence, but
so
I mean,
the tires just pop on to the hubs?
Done its own way, and there's not anything else like it. I mean, you could say a Speedtail, one of these. There's a new word for it. I don't know what it is. It's something like Grand Touring.
Let's get adjusted for the
I don't know
final.
what
back down there. Okay.
All right, so
run it down.
The A service was $2,105. They want to put a power steering pump on it because they haven't seen one in a long time, but it does steer in a peculiar way. They all do, but they think this one's extra weird. $2,220 for that. I don't think I'm going to do it until we feel more confident that's it. But they said if it's not that, it's the $6,270 steering rack.
Holy moly.
Wipers, fairly reasonable, $105.
That's about right.
Approved.
Uh-huh.
They said this wheel's bent. Replacement used, they couldn't get a new one, $18.99. They want both new batteries because the aftermarket garbage one that's in there won't anchor right. They want $1,350.
Oh my!
Wow, for batteries.
This, if they hadn't fabricated this, was $3,405. They want to replace the weather stripping. It's at my house. It fell out of this show that I'm not going to do, but it was $1,350.
Okay.
So when you open the passenger door, it stops here, rather than going all the way up to there.
So a strut?
How much do you think this strut costs?
$1,000.
Hold on.
$2,500. Yes. There were some mounts for the brake lines that they insisted I do.
Up right now.
Okay.
$1,350.
Holy crap.
For the mounts.
Okay.
They said that it's not safe.
Were they missing or just?
Yeah, they had deteriorated and cracked some. Yeah. One of the wash nozzles is $500.
Wow.
Missing TPMS sensors all around.
I'm all done.
$1,700.
She's built.
Not a universal
Look at that.
there. pull the fuel cap tether.
She's all done.
$100 for that.
Wow.
Oh dear.
How
The
long,
tire
how long did that
fit
take?
container is missing. I don't even know what that is. I guess that's the
4.5
like,
hours.
the
All
fix
right.
flap? I don't know.
Let's
but-
pause. Let's pause that, and we'll get rid of that layer and that layer. Minimize that. Dang. Look at that. She's done. Huh. Wow. She's big. She's a big girl. Dang, man. Here, I'll bring it up to this camera. These kits always give you extra pieces. But look at when you spin the rear tires. Let's see, hold on. Spin the rear tires, the engine goes. And this right here, it's a little little transmission. So right now it's in neutral. If you click it forward like that and spin it, it will. Oh, wrong way. Nope, that's this way. It'll open up the rear. Check that out. And then you can turn it so then you can adjust the rear. Ah, that's awesome. This thing is so pretty. Ha! 4-hour build there. Not bad. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see. Really get in there. Let's see. Plop it down. And look at, it's even got working Formula One style suspension. So if you go in. Haha. And it steers. Dude, this is so freaking cool. We'll come over here to the. Come over to the side. Go to the back. Nope, nope. Go forward. And then we can lower that. Dude, this is so rad. Oh man. This turned out so pretty. Look at it. Lower it down. Boom. And then we'll raise the rear diffuser. Boom, just like that. Move some stuff out of the way. Meep, meep. Whew. Yep, I'll be up in a minute. There we go. Oh, wow. So, that was the 2 model Formula One car. I think I paid like $60 for it from wish.com. 10 out of 10. What a fun kit, man. This thing is flippin' nice. The instructions really really well made. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. For the one viewer that's still there, you're my hero. And I'm probably going to try to find a way to make a time lapse of this. Nyom. 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 Wow. Oh, I'm such a dork. Alright. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye! This thing is... Actually, hold on. I gotta... Look how big this thing is. It's like... it's like 2 feet long. Jeez. Ugh.